What is good, chat? Welcome. It is Thursday night, and it's not just any Thursday night. It is a special Thursday night. We have the Bucs playing on Thursday night. I'll be honest, I actually totally forgot this game was on the schedule early in the season because I was thinking, man, it'd be great if the Bucs played. If the Bucs ended up playing on Thursday night again, because that means that I would actually get to sidecast a game now that we've done it a couple times. And it's a team that I follow very, very closely, watch every single game, get to see pretty much everything that they do every single week. I was thrilled to remember that this game was on the schedule. So I am ecstatic that you guys are here tonight. Tonight's going to be fun. So tonight we're actually going to get through all of our games like we intend. So we are actually going to stay on time tonight. We're going to get through all of the games. It's going to be better because now this week I think we have 14 games instead of 16 games because there are some teams on bye week this week. So for the first time, we don't have a full slate of 16 games. That's been one of the reasons why we continue to go over every single week in terms of our previews and everything. And then also for tonight, we have we're going to do the previews. We're not going to be able to do the Tampa Bay Philly at first. We'll wait and we'll do that one last. Typically, we do the Thursday night first, so we get that out of the way. Make sure to get that in there, and then we'll do the rest of them by the time the game starts. Tonight, we're going to get them all in before the game starts, and that way we can focus on the game. We can do a real live sidecast of the game, talk about the game. Unfortunately, obviously, I can't put it on stream. Would love to be able to do that. But appreciate you guys tuning in anyways. Like I said, this is going to feel a lot more like watching football with me on the couch on Sunday, with me either yelling at the Bucs or complaining about the Bucs and what they're doing, or saying, hey, you guys are actually doing it right because you're letting Tom Brady throw the ball. So tonight should be fun. We are going to knock these previews out tonight. We are going to go very, very quickly through some of these games because some of them just either I don't care about or they don't have much impact. Like Miami Jacksonville, we're not going to spend a ton of time on Miami Jacksonville. Not that important at this point in the season, and probably not much impact that it's going to have towards the end of the season either, other than on those two teams' draft positions. So welcome in. So for those of you that don't know, my name is Joe. I am NFLosophy, both on Twitch and on Twitter. You probably came over here from Twitter unless you just happened to stumble upon while being here on the Twitch platform. So thank you guys for tuning in. Again, tonight is NFL preview night. So we do this every Thursday night since the last couple of weeks. So every Thursday night, you can always jump in and do exclamation point odds. I'm actually working on something for you guys to be able to actually pull up. I want to have like a overlay interaction so that you guys can go in. I'm trying to get somebody to build that so that you guys can go in and make your picks every week. And then maybe there's some sort of scoreboard that we can do and tie that in, or maybe we do it with somebody else's. So trying to get some more fun things. So thank you guys for tuning in. Tonight's going to be an absolute blast. You can always do exclamation point odds if you want to take a look at all the games this week. All of those odds are from 1:30. And by the way, this isn't like a betting show, right? Like we're not like, oh, you need to place your bets here or there or whatever it might be. The reason we utilize the odds is because it's really good information, a really good data point for us to go off of in terms of some people who have a lot of resources and a lot of money are picking these games and are picking different things for them. So, and it's something that even I've noticed that analysts are now using. I was talking to somebody about their particular win probability chart. So the graphs that like everybody throws up every Sunday of here's the win probability chart for Eagles and for who they play, Eagles and Panthers. So for that, it doesn't always start at 50%. And I'm like, wait a second, why? If it's 0-0 and it starts at 70% for Philly, why? And they're like, well, because Philly was favored in that particular game. And I'm like, oh, so they actually take the Vegas odds into account on some of those win probability charts. And I thought that was actually really smart because that is an easy way for them to factor in a data point of who's supposed to win this game, who's supposed to be the better team. And there's obviously metrics and parameters on it that basically say, hey, if it's like a 1 or 2 point game, then that basically means it's a toss up and they don't win. It basically starts at 50%. But if it's like a 7 or 10 point spread for either team, then they definitely make sure to keep that in there. So, all right, so let's kick it off with inactives, since inactives just came out. So for tonight, the inactives for Eagles are Gardner Minshew, Mac McCain, Lane Johnson. That's a big one. Jack Anderson and Marlon. Oh, I'm not even going to try to go there. Marlon, defensive tackle. For the Eagles. For the Bucs tonight, Jalen Darden, not a big deal. Kyle Trask been inactive all year. Nick Lever, offensive lineman, not a big deal. Rob Gronkowski, everybody knew he was going to be inactive. Levante David, that's a bad one. He had an injury last week to his ankle. He was hoping to try to get out there tonight, but they did not need I don't think they need Levante David tonight, if I'm being honest. But we'll talk about that later. And then Antoine Winfield. So another one in the secondary goes down, and I think that's going to be painful. So that's basically going to mean that we have a Zach Ertz game for tonight, because without Levante David, it basically leaves either Mike Edwards or Devin White to cover him tonight. So we'll talk about that a little bit, how they're going to match up. We can match up kind of these teams and everything that they're going to do, and what to expect from both teams in terms of matchups along the offensive defensive line, secondary to the wide receivers and the quarterback to offense coordinator, defense coordinator, all of that stuff. So we've been pretty spot on with the Bucs all year. Whenever it comes to the Eagles, we've been warm, I will say. We haven't been perfect with them, but we pretty much know. Like we've been pretty on to them. I did pick against them last week. I was surprised that they won that game. However, in the first half, they were losing in that particular game, and didn't look particularly great. And I will say, even in their comeback, they didn't look particularly great either. So, lots to talk about there. So let's do this. Before we get into all that, it's already 7:00. I was hoping to get on here, but and get through a lot of games by the time it got here, but that's fine. We're gonna get through them anyways. All right, so let's do this. Let's go ahead and hop in here. Again, please utilize the chat. Any questions, any particular games you want to talk about, let me know, and we'll make sure to dive in. And give me feedback of what you guys think. Tell me I'm an idiot. Tell me that I'm magical. Tell me whatever you want. So, let's see here. Let's switch over. All right. We should be good to go here. All right. So first game we're going to get through quick. Miami, Jacksonville. So Miami, let me see if I can add these stream markers in. Miami, Jacksonville. So this might end up being a good game, but it's not really one that I'm interested in. I think the Jags do try to get the run game going this week. And if Robinson can get going and the offensive line have as good a game as they had last week, then that could spell some trouble for Miami. And Jacksonville could potentially end up with their first win. If Brissett ends up having time to throw, he'll make some plays, which will make the Jags attempt at running to win not a great strategy at all. And then the Jags are going to end up having to open up the pass game. If that happens, Lawrence, he might have trouble with that Miami secondary. We've talked about it before. Xavier Howard and Byron Jones are both really good players in the secondary. In this particular game, and again, I'm not going deep into this one because not a whole lot of people really care about this particular game unless you're a Jags fan or a Dolphins fan. I'm leaning Jacksonville to cover because I do think that they will have some success in running the ball against Miami, but we'll have to wait and see. And then from there, we'll have to wait and see. I'll make a final pick on this game just because there are a couple injuries in this one that I'm monitoring. But yeah, I think Jags gonna keep this one close. Although I do think Miami is the much better team. Uxantia God. I hope I got that right. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Hey, thoughts on Dallas at Gillette? We can get to that game actually next if you want to. Real quick. Azazelli, I think. Thank you. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. Let's get in. So Let me move this. Let me get down to my notes. So Dallas, New England. So this one is actually one that I was gonna pick on it as being a pretty quick pretty quick review as well. So for me, Dallas and New England. Dallas favored by 3 points in New England, 50.5 total. So to me, Dallas is a juggernaut. They could do whatever they want on offense based on whatever matchup that particular week dictates. And the crazy great advantage, it's a crazy great advantage to have, especially whenever you have an offensive coordinator like Kellen Moore, who has zero carryover from game to game in terms of game planning. And he takes whatever the positive matchup is. Kellen Moore will throw out the run game and say, you know what, we're just gonna pass the ball if that's what he feels is necessary, and that's what the game dictates. He'll throw out the pass game and just say we're gonna run completely over top of Carolina because that's what we can do against Carolina, and they've been super effective at it. Dak is a phenomenal quarterback. He still has those 3 or 4 throws in a game where you're like, kind of, ooh, that's from Italy, awesome. Welcome in. So, Cowboys fan too. Okay. So for me, the offense of Dallas is just so strong and so hard to stop that I'm not sure that there's anything that New England can do. Now, what we typically see New England do is they try to take away whatever your best option is, right? And the closest matchup that we're gonna see that we've seen from the Pats to what Dallas is going to try to do is against the Bucs, right? So when New England played the Bucs, they basically said, "Hey, we're not going to let you beat us deep. What we're going to do is we're going to try to keep the ball in front of you. You're not going to be we're not going to let you have all of these big plays, and we're going to try to keep it simple, and we're going to let you run the ball." And the difference between the Bucs and the Cowboys is that the Bucs can't run the ball because Ronald Jones is terrible and Leonard Fournette is just okay, but they can't consistently get a run game going. With Dallas, their O-line's going to get that run game going. So if New England wants to let them run the ball and Dallas is having success at it, Kellen Moore's going to let them run it. But he also knows that he can attack this defense. So he's probably going to open up the offense, throw some points up on the board, and then from probably late second quarter to maybe early third quarter, they're going to start hammering the run, and they're just going to dominate the game from there. New England refuses to open up the offense for Mac Jones, which will help negate the pass rush that Dallas should be able to get because that New England offensive line isn't very good. But here's the thing. Dan Quinn on the defense he's going to press man a ton in this game. He knows that Mac Jones doesn't push the ball down the field. They don't allow him to push the ball down the field. They don't want him to push the ball down the field. He's going to press up on those wide receivers because his corners are good enough to not get beat consistently against that. And he's going to take away those short throws. He's going to leave those linebackers in those slants and in those in routes on those zones. And he's going to leave a single high safety and say, just make sure that they don't get touchdowns off of us on deep throws. And I think that's going to be a pain for Mac Jones because it's something that he hasn't really faced yet. Overall, I just think Dallas is too good. And I don't think they're going to run into the same problem where the same problem that plagued the Bucs, where the Pats and Bill Belichick basically said, hey, we're going to run too high. We're going to run man against you. You're not going to throw deep. And if you want to run the ball, sure, go for it. And Lenny Fournette ended up with 100 yards. It's fantastic. Doesn't really mean much. All it meant for the Bucs is that every time they handed it to Lenny Fournette, they were taking the ball out of Tom Brady's hands. And it was a positive for the Pats every time the Bucs did that. It's not a positive for the Pats whenever Ezekiel Elliott runs for 6 yards. Like, that's a positive for the Cowboys, and that's going to be the difference in this particular game. So I fully expect Dallas to continue to run this. There could be something weird that Bill Belichick calls out and identifies as a potential to to create some issues for Dallas. I think the biggest issue for Dallas is just not having Dak turn the ball over, because Dak still has those 2, 3, 4 throws a game where you're just like, where did that come from and where were you trying to throw that ball? And for the most part, they've fallen harmlessly to the ground. But if a team can generate 2 or 3 turnovers out of those throws, then it gives them an opportunity to go in and beat Dallas. But I just think Dallas is too powerful, even for Belichick. So at this point, I think it's Dallas, and I think it's Dallas by a bunch. I think it's Dallas by 10 points or more. That's where I'm leaning on that game. So hope that satisfies the Cowboys fans in the chat. So thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate it. I'm not saying that just to be nice to you. I would tell you if your team was terrible and if they were going to get beat, but you just happen to pick the right week where they're probably going to be okay. Plus Dallas is just a really good football team right now, and they're going to be hard to beat for pretty much anybody. All right. So Dallas. On to next. Like I said, we're gonna roll through these quick. So if you guys have questions, please throw them in the chat. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep pushing. Let's do Chargers and Ravens. So this is one of my more favorite matchups of the week. Baltimore tends to be a very unique matchup for any particular team, right? So they change what they want to do on a week to week basis and based on what the other team wants to do to them. So for me, it's hard to take a lot of key points out of games against Baltimore for other teams, but I can take a lot about Baltimore from those games, from watching those games, because it shows us, it adds something else to the chalkboard of what they want to do, what they like to do, right? Last week in particular, Lamar had the best passing game of his career, both statistically and from an execution standpoint. He threw for 400 yards, over 85% completion rate. First time ever that's been done, I believe. He looked like the best passer in the league for a week. And we've talked about it on the show. Like, he's not the best passer by any means. He's a good passer. And he's a really good thrower. He's one of the better throwers in the NFL. And he's a really good passer. But he deserves all the credit in the world for what he did last week. But it also goes to show that every week, any quarterback in the league can be the top or the bottom, right? Every week, quarterbacks fluctuate and have good games and bad games. And the main way to look at a quarterback and to grade a quarterback is off of consistency. Can they consistently put up the best performance every single week? If they can, they're going to be the best quarterback in the NFL. Obviously, that makes sense. It's fairly easy logic, right? Pretty obvious. If they're the best quarterback every week, then they have to be the best quarterback in the NFL. If they're the 20th best quarterback in the NFL every week and then light it up for a single week, they're still the 20th best quarterback. They just happen to have their big week. And these are professional players in the NFL. Anyone at this level is capable of having a week like that. So what I'm trying to say here is that Lamar is totally capable of doing this. And I want to see him elevate to this level every week. Maybe not like that level of what he had last week, because that would just be insane and damn near impossible, but closer to that every week. And if he does that, he's going to be the MVP. And he's going to be so much fun to watch and fascinating to watch. The big thing last week for me was that the Ravens were pushing the ball down the field, and Lamar was phenomenal on those throws. I mean, he did not miss, it seemed like. And it helps whenever Marquise Brown is catching the ball. Like, every game, it seems like he gets open deep 3 or 4 times. And most of the time, Lamar sees him and hits him. It's just, there was a couple weeks ago, I think, against the Lions, Brown had 3 really bad drops, 2 that were easy touchdowns and another one that probably would have been a touchdown. I think what they did last week and pushing the ball down the field and Lamar being perfect on those, that's not going to be something that they're able to do this week. Brandon Staley's MO is to keep the ball in front of his defense, but he doesn't do it in like a Lovie Smith cover 2 type of way, right? Like, Brandon Staley does it intelligently. He'll mix up his coverages. He'll mix up his blitzes. It's not a standard cover 2 all of the time. And we've talked about Derwin James every single week, and now, and basically how he's a movable chess piece and how he's going to play a critical role. There are very few teams that have someone that can spy Lamar And I think Derwin probably isn't perfect for it, but I do think that he might be really effective in that role in certain situations. And that's going to be a pretty big key for them is how do they keep Lamar from running? Because they're not afraid to play a good amount of man coverage. Chris Harris Jr. did not look good last week. He looked very, very rusty. So I'm interested to see if he kind of gets into it this week or if last week is what we're going to see of him. I was hoping for big things for him in this particular defense because he could be a big piece of it. So yeah, the other thing is the Chargers aren't a particularly great pass rushing team. Bosa is about the only consistently productive pass rusher right now. But they do get enough in there. And they're more of a team that's going to allow you to run. Gabe, no, I haven't picked the Tampa Bay game yet. The Tampa Bay pick I'll make very, very last of the show of the previews, because we'll do previews up until kickoff, and then once kickoff starts, we're focused on the game. We're gonna get through all the previews before then. One, because we have less games tonight to cover, as well as I've tried to trim down my notes, but it doesn't seem to be going as quickly as I want, as always. G Baino, welcome in. Appreciate the follow. Thank you very, very much. Let's see. So the Chargers, as we've talked about, they do invite the run, and against the Browns, they invited it a little bit too much. So not only do the Chargers invite the run because they feel like it's a negative play, it's less of an EPA positive play for the offense. Like they feel like it's not as good of a play for an offense to run the ball versus an offense that throws the ball, especially good offenses. So they invite that a little bit by playing a little bit softer coverage, fewer guys in the box. They're like, hey, if you want to run for 4 yards, sure. You're not going to be able to consistently run for 4 yards. Browns, however, were consistently able to run for 7-8 yards at a time last week and break off some bigger chunks amongst that. So I don't think that they're going to be able to play off this game and invite the run like that. I think they're going to have to go in and they're going to have to load up the box a little bit. How they end up playing this game on defense is fascinating to me, because I do think they need to load it up a little bit more. How are they going to play behind that? Are they going to play zone or are they going to man up? Are they going to spy Lamar a little bit and try to get pressure? Typically teams that run a spy against Lamar end up getting burned because it's very, very hard to tackle Lamar. And spies are a great idea, right? So whenever you run a quarterback spy, you're basically saying, hey, we have one guy on our defense that's going to watch the quarterback. That's his one job. Watch the quarterback. Don't do anything. Where the quarterback goes, you go. And don't let him pass the line of scrimmage. If he goes to take off run, go tackle him. The problem with that is it's really hard to tackle in open space in the NFL, just period. As a general rule, it's really hard for any one single defensive player to tackle one single offensive player, and it makes it even harder when they're fast and they're agile. Well, the problem is that spy is almost always trying to tackle in open space. So it's great to have that spy there, but if he doesn't make that tackle, all of a sudden there's a lot of space behind that. So it's great in theory, but you've got to be able to execute. And that's why I say like Derwin James is one of those guys. He's a good tackler. He's fast. He doesn't get shaken up a whole lot. So I think he's a possible potential to spy. I don't know that the Chargers go that way on defense. I think they could end up just playing like zone behind it. But I don't know. Like Staley's really good at switching up what he does from week to week. And like I said, the Ravens are such a unique matchup that it's really tough to determine what other teams want to do against them, both on offense and on defense. So that's going to be a fascinating matchup. And then the other thing that we've seen is over the last couple of weeks is teams are fine with not rushing the quarterback, basically. Like Denver did it 2 weeks ago where they basically took Von Miller out of the game. Or was it last week? A couple weeks ago. They basically took Von Miller from out of rushing the quarterback. His job was to keep him in contain. The other week it was the Rams, and Aaron Donald actually wasn't rushing the quarterback on certain plays because his job was just to keep contain. And what a win for the offense that is. When you can take Von Miller and Aaron Donald out of the pass rush, just because your quarterback has the capability to run, that's a massive win before the play ever even starts. And teams have been doing that against Lamar, and they've been just saying, hey, as long as he stays in the pocket, we'll be okay. We're better off if he's throwing the ball. Well, the problem is that Lamar has torched them the last few weeks in terms of throwing the ball. Like I said, over 85% completion rate. It was something like 9 yards down the field, like 9 yards per attempt down the field, which is huge. And then threw for 400 yards. Like, Lamar from the pocket is fine. That's not going to work anymore. People are going to have to figure out how to get to him and how to put pressure on him without overdoing it. But you have to go pressure first. I think that's been proven over the last 2 to 3 weeks. And if you can't get pressure on him, it's going to be a pain. And you better be prepared behind that too. So he can get it done. So that's going to be a fascinating matchup. That's most what I'm interested in is how do the Chargers play how do the Chargers defense play the Baltimore offense? I don't think they're able to get a ton of pressure. Maybe they just cut Joey Bosa loose and say your number one job is to get after Lamar, go win wherever that is, and we're going to play a little bit softer behind you because the Chargers aren't particularly great at rushing the quarterback aside from Joey Bosa. And that makes sense. And I don't think they're going to scheme up a ton of blitzes to try to do it either. And then on offense, the Chargers they're basically nearly unstoppable right now on offense. They can beat you in a number of different ways. Right now, no one can cover Big Mike Williams. Nobody. The Browns seem to just lose him in coverage last week. Big Mike was running around with nobody guarding him deep down the field a few times. I don't know what the Browns were doing, but Big Mike was just like, hey, throw me the ball, and Justin Herbert can throw lasers from anywhere on the field. So I don't know what's going on there, but I think Baltimore's probably going to be better than that. The problem is Baltimore loves to run a ton of man coverage, and I don't know that they can run man coverage against Mike Williams and Keenan Allen. So I think they're gonna. I think that's probably what they do, but I don't think it's probably the best way to attack this because they're gonna blitz a ton. The thing is Herbert's actually really good. I think he's a top 10 quarterback against the blitz this year in terms of rating. So it's not like whenever you blitz Herbert that he's just gonna collapse and fall in the pocket and be a bad quarterback. He's still pretty good. And then they have the weapons on offense to be able to defend that. They have Eckler, who's fantastic out of the backfield catching the ball. They haven't used him to a large degree in the passing game this year, but they will run some draws with him, which is great against the blitz. They're going to throw plenty of screens. And Herbert is a smart kid. Like he's not afraid to hang in there and throw darts with pressure in his face. And he doesn't have to throw. Like, it's great. We see him beaming lasers, 40 yards down the field on the opposite side on the sideline. And that's what makes the news. But he's smart. He'll take the shorter throws behind the blitzes whenever it's there. If Baltimore comes in and they start zero blitzing Herbert like they did Carr early on in the season, Herbert's going to be able to get the ball out, and he's probably going to be able to get the ball to Keenan Allen pretty quickly. And then Eckler on those swing passes and the screens that'll be sprinkled in, like, they're going to be able to beat the blitz. So this to me is two coaching staffs who are very good at scheming it up and who are more than willing to adjust. And so this is one of those games where whatever game plan they come in with, they may change it 17 times throughout the game. Like, it's going to be move, counter move, adjust on both sides. And so whichever team can kind of get those big plays out of it and put themselves ahead is definitely going to put themselves in a much better position, because in this particular game, playing from behind is going to be really hard. Again, I think the Ravens, I think this might be a game where they try to run the ball a little bit more, both with Lamar and with their running backs, because I don't think they want to try to get into a shootout with the Chargers, although it's possible. But that doesn't feel like what a John Harbaugh team would want to do in a situation, just knowing his history and knowing what he likes to do. So for me, I think Baltimore's favored by 2.5 in this game. To me, that feels like a crazy line for the Ravens. I'm For me, if I were a betting person, I would take this 2.5 before it potentially moves because I think it ends up going more towards the Chargers. So give me the plus 2.5 on the Chargers now before it ends up being plus 1.5 probably by game time, maybe even less. But either way, fun game this week because there are two teams that will mix it up and adjust, and the amount of adjustments are going to be phenomenal. It's surprising to see that the Chargers are 2.5 point dogs in this. I That seems odd to me. I don't. It's not that I don't think the Ravens aren't a good team. It's just I think the Chargers have proven they're probably one of the best teams in the NFL. They play very very smart. They use analytics as a way to get a matchup edge every single week. I saw a tweet today. Somebody sent it to me. They had originally mentioned it to me and then found it and sent it to me today. Of there was a game and I forget it. It was a couple weeks ago I think where I think it was the Chiefs against the Chiefs, there were four touchdowns that were directly the result of Brandon Staley making analytically smart decisions of either him going for it on fourth down, particular play calls on third down, and different things that he did and decisions that he made. Like that is a huge advantage. The thing is the Ravens are known as one of the more analytically minded teams. The difference is they don't use it as much in terms of in-game decisions. They're actually pretty conservative whenever it comes to they're actually pretty conservative whenever it comes to in-game decisions for whatever reason. So that'll be this is one of my fun games because this one's going to be, if you like the schematics of games and adjustments, this one's a big one to watch. So for now I'm going to take the Chargers plus 2.5. And I don't know that I feel pretty good about that because either of these teams could up winning by a touchdown or more. But yeah, this one's gonna be a fun one. Aza, what about Indy -10? Houston is really that far from the Colts in this moment. So it's actually a really good question. Let's go to that game next. So for me, whenever I'm looking at Houston and Indy, I've been really negative about Indy all year. I didn't think that the Colts were very good. However, the last couple of weeks they've played really, really well. Indianapolis -10 against Houston, it feels like a little much. I think there's a lot of people hopping on the Indianapolis bandwagon because Carson Wentz is getting healthy. He's played like the young Carson Wentz in the last 2 weeks, and it's really elevating that whole team. And there's no reason not to expect that to continue. I'm also really mad at Jonathan Taylor because last Monday night I was up by 25 points going into Monday Night Football, was not concerned at all, and then he rips off 150 yards and a few touchdowns, had a good amount of passing yards receiving yards, and I felt like I was gonna obliterate my opponent in that, and then he turned that game around. So still not happy with Jonathan Taylor. The thing is Houston's defense is really bad, and they allow a lot of easy completions because Lovie Smith is their defensive coordinator, and he doesn't run cover two as a coverage. He runs it as a scheme, which is not a great idea. Carson Wentz should have a ball against Houston and throwing against this defense. The big change for Houston last week was Davis Mills looked like an NFL quarterback for the first time. And we talked a little bit about this on the recap show. Like you can look at that two ways. You can look at that and say, all right, Davis Mills is progressing and he's getting better, right? Or you can look at that and say, he's still not good. That was an outlier game. And to me, it just feels like I still am not bought in on Indy. I love Frank Reich. Part of me, there was something in the back of my head that said that he's eventually going to get it right with Carson Wentz, and it's eventually going to come around. I didn't expect it to happen this early. So, I mean, when Carson's able to throw, I thought it was a bad matchup for Carson last week against the Ravens. I thought they were going to blitz, play tight man coverage, and that's what he's going to struggle against. And he ended up throwing for 400 yards and almost won that game. Against Houston this week, they're not going to blitz. They're not going to play tight man coverage. This is exactly the type of matchup for him. So for me, it's how how are they going to play this? Now, I do think that that them getting the running game going in Indy is a big part of why Carson Wentz has been much better, because them being able to run the ball a little bit the last couple of weeks. Taylor only had 53 last week, but he had 116 rushing yards or receiving yards, and that's as an extension of the run game, right? So it's not like he was catching passes 20 yards downfield. He was catching swing routes and screens and little angle routes over the middle. And that was directly due to Baltimore blitzing so much. And that's exactly why I think that Eckler could have potentially a game that looks a lot like Taylor's game last week, because Chargers will probably steal that idea and run it against them this week. But for Indy against Houston, it's going to be a completely different game plan, because you're literally going from one of the more blitz heavy teams, and they don't seem like they're that blitz heavy whenever you look at their numbers this year, because they played Patrick Mahomes and they didn't blitz at all in that particular game, like at all. I think they might have blitzed him twice in the entire game, if I remember correctly. And now you're going to Houston, who doesn't blitz very much at all, and they played nothing but too high and cover two zone. So for me, Indy's going to be able to get the run game going. They're going to be able to pass just fine. They're not going to get any big plays, but that's also not necessarily what Indy wants to do. And I think that's going to help their defense. And that Indy defense isn't very good either. Are they 10 points better than Houston? Not if Davis Mills plays like he did last week. If Davis Mills plays like he did last week, he could have a good game this week. If that's the outlier for Davis Mills, then yeah, I think Indy could end up winning this. It's hard for me not to, because I was so off on Indy. Like, I thought that they were horrible to start the year, and to be fair, they absolutely were. And then somewhere around Miami, they started to kind of figure it out, and then they kind of figured out a little bit more against Baltimore. And now they're progressing in the right direction, and Frank Reich seems to have it under control. I think they win this game. Do they win by 10? I'm not really sure. Let's go back and look at Houston. I want to see what Houston's schedule has looked like. So they beat Jacksonville, lost pretty heavily to Cleveland, lost bad to Carolina, one of the worst defeats in NFL history in Buffalo. And then they kind of tried to fight back against New England. I still don't think New England's that good. I feel like New England's probably one of the more overrated teams right now. I just don't. They're outplaying what their roster is. I don't think I would bet this game, but if you ask me right now who I would take, I would probably take Indy in the 10 points, just because I don't believe in Davis Mills. I don't believe Davis Mills is who he was last week. So we'll see. All right, so that's Houston, Indy. All right, we are about an hour out from kickoff or so. We've gotten through like 4 games already. All right, we're not doing bad. Let's do Minnesota, Carolina. So for Vikings, Panthers, for me, first of all, CMC is 50-50 for this game. So he could potentially come back. Of course, Asa, welcome. Thank you. And thank you for the question. I enjoy that. It helps me kind of get through stuff. And I love this is a discussion, not a presentation. Say that every week. So thank you very much. Please feel free to ask any questions you have. So for Minnesota, Carolina, CMC is 50-50, potentially coming back from an injury. And that's obviously massive. The Panthers miss him so much. I thought the Panthers a couple weeks ago did a really good job of using DJ Moore in that CMC role. And I really thought that they were going to continue that against Philly, and it just did not. They didn't. For whatever reason, they went away from that, and they kind of changed up their game plan a little bit in terms of that. And it was they collectively last week against Philly, Carolina did not look in sync on offense. And then Minnesota, you guys know that if you've listened at all, I like Minnesota. I think Minnesota is a fairly good football team. But they've basically played to the level of their opponent in every game this season. So they'll play down to the Lions, and they'll play up to the Cardinals. They were a short missed field goal away from beating the only undefeated team in the NFL right now. So there's some good and some bad whenever you're talking about Minnesota. Carolina beats up on bad teams, but they also struggle against good teams. So with all of that factored in, this feels like a very close game. The line is 1.5 in favor of Minnesota. If I look at the QBs in this game, it's Cousins by a very wide margin. I think he's played very well this year. But whenever you factor in other contexts, the Carolina pass rush and the cornerbacks are much, much better than Minnesota's. Minnesota's cornerbacks are a liability at this point. So I think that takes away the edge that Minnesota would have in the quarterback position of the two teams. I think the difference in this game is two things. I think Minnesota is going to be able to run the ball, and that's going to be huge for them. They can run it pretty much against anybody, and it doesn't matter whether it's Madison or Cook in the backfield. And then second of all, I think it's Jefferson. I think Justin Jefferson is a big factor in this game. If Carolina had another week, I think they'd have enough in coverage to be able to sustain. But for them to cover Thielen, Jefferson, and KJ Osborne is going to be a big problem for them. A ton of Carolina's pressure has come from free rushers this year. That tells us that it's been schemed up a little bit. But they do have a good front four. I think, again, that front four does a good job in keeping the linebackers clean. That's helped them against the run game. I don't know that they get that. I don't know that the linebackers are that clean in this particular game. Minnesota's offensive line is much better in run blocking than they are in pass blocking, but they're going to have to decide if Carolina is going to have to decide if they want to limit either Thielen or Jefferson, because even though they're pretty good in the secondary, it feels like it's going to be a little bit too much for Carolina in the long run. And we've talked about this. Like, I think the better teams kind of squeeze the life out of worse teams. I think Minnesota is the slightly better team here, but I could be wrong on that one because they feel very, very close to each other in terms of overall talent, including coaching, context, and all of that stuff. And as we've talked about, if Minnesota gets up in this game, putting Sam Darnold in a position where Carolina has to come back and win off of his arm, that's bad for Carolina. If CMC plays, I think that's obviously a huge factor. If CMC plays, I probably flip, and I probably take Carolina at least to cover, if not to win. If CMC doesn't play, I'm probably taking Minnesota. And this is coming from a guy who believes that coaching is everything and that players shouldn't change it that much on the field. But CMC is that important to this offense. So I'm leaning Minnesota in this game, thinking that CMC is not going to play. Even if CMC does play, the question is not only is he available, but is he effective, right? And we talked about this with Saquon Barkley earlier in the season. He was available for those first couple of games, but he was not effective. Like, just because he's available doesn't mean he should be playing. And I think Carolina, if they're smart, they probably sit him for one more week, let him get back to 100%, don't risk another injury, and I think they're going to be better off that way. All right, that's Minnesota, Carolina. Let's see. Let's keep it trucking. Where do we want to go next? What do we got? What do we got next on the schedule? All right, we got Green Bay and Chicago. So this one's an interesting one because of what happened last week with Green Bay and Cincinnati, and we'll talk about that a little bit. I know everybody wants to talk about Justin Fields probably first, but I think where I want to start with this game is Chicago's defense. Chicago's defense won that game last week. We can talk about Fields all we want, but the Chicago defense, they've been good all year. They're 5th overall in DVOA. The secondary's playing really well. The Bears only blitz about 16% of their plays this season, which is 4th lowest of the NFL. They're only getting pressure on about 21% of their plays, which is 5th worst in the league. The thing is the Bears lead the league in sacks. So they're not getting a ton of pressure, but when they are getting pressure, they're getting home with that pressure. And a lot of that isn't necessarily due to like them being able to scheme it up or anything, because like I said, they're not doing it through the blitz. But basically what that tells me is that they're getting solid coverage. That's the biggest reason, right? Is if a quarterback is getting pressure and he can't throw the ball, it's because somebody's covered. He can't find anybody open and he's just taking the sack. Specifically in the secondary for the Bears, Jalen Johnson has been terrific. He's been their best cornerback by far, best DB so far. Can't say enough good things about how well he's played. And overall, this is just a really sound defense, which is really the opposite of what the offense has been up until this point. It's not crazy good in any specific area. They're kind of like the Bills in that, but not at the Bills level. They both play really good along the line, at the linebacker, in the secondary. They don't make a ton of mistakes, but they also don't create a ton of negative plays either. They just play everything really, really well. And with that, it kind of brings us to Aaron Rodgers, who, if you're paying attention, Rodgers has missed a good amount of throws this year. He missed at least 5 last week that I counted, including one to Devontae Adams that should have been Adams' 4th TD of the day. The problem is that Aaron Rodgers always has guys in his face. He's been getting consistent pressure against him pretty much every game this year. That offensive line has not been terrific. And then Green Bay's defense just continues to be a question mark to me. They put themselves, Joe Barry puts them in situations that makes it hard for them to be successful. There are times against the Bengals where Cincy lined up at a 3-by-1 set, so 3 wide receivers to one side, and there were only 2 defenders in the secondary on that side of the field for Green Bay. Like, there were multiple times that every once in a while that might happen, but the fact that there are play calls where Joe Barry only has 2 people to guard 3 is insane to me. And stuff like that shouldn't happen to the degree that it happens with Joe Barry and his defenses. The run game is going to continue to be a big piece for Chicago. They really need that to not to have to ask Justin Fields to carry the offense yet. Justin Fields looks like he's going to be fine. If he continues to progress like this, he looks like he's going to be good. He's not there yet, don't get me wrong, but he's not ready to carry the offense yet. The running backs last week had 34 carries for 140 yards. I think it was like 139 technically, if I remember correctly. A little of that was due to game flow, but I would say most of that it was intentional. Like they set out to get that going, thanks to Bill Lazor, who has taken over play calling for Matt Nagy. Green Bay is a little better against the run than the Raiders, probably a decent amount. Like, Green Bay's not great against the run, but they are definitely better than the Raiders, who's probably in the bottom third. Green Bay's in the middle of the pack whenever it comes to defending the run. And so Lazor's going to have to dig into his bag to figure out how much he wants to attack this defense. And then game flow is going to dictate a good amount of that too. Like, if they can keep it close, then they're going to try to run the ball. If Aaron Rodgers is able to throw all over this defense and ends up having a big game, then obviously that changes what Lazor is going to do and is going to have to try to do. The secondary from the Packers isn't great, and they're a little bit banged up. So it is possible that the Bears open it up a little bit more against Green Bay. I would look for a little bit more of Fields this week. I think it could be a good game for him based off of what I saw last week. And again, I don't trust the secondary, nor do I trust the defensive coordinator for Green Bay. So we'll see how that plays out. I think 5.5 is a bit much. Green Bay's favored by 5.5 in this one. It feels like a little bit much based on the way the Bears defense is played. Green Bay struggled with Cincinnati a little bit last week, and they definitely struggle with some interior pressure, which I think the Bears could potentially be able to get as well. I think Green Bay wins, and I'll make the final call on this one. I think Green Bay wins this one, but I'm looking for Chicago to cover. It feels like a very good game for them to potentially cover. All right, let's move on. Let's get to Cincinnati and Detroit. So Cincinnati, Detroit, Lions basically, we'll get through this one pretty quick. So Cincinnati had a solid game against Green Bay last week. But again, whenever I took a closer look, Green Bay missed so many opportunities. Green Bay could have and maybe should have won that game by 2 touchdowns, especially whenever you count up all the missed field goals that they had before Cincinnati's kicker McPherson missed a couple himself. the funny thing is I'm actually kind of leaning the Lions in this game because I'm so mad at Zach Taylor's play calling last week. The head coach and offensive coordinator for the Bengals, he doesn't seem to get it. He doesn't seem to understand what he has on offense for the most part. Look, anybody could call a go route for Jamar Chase. But he just doesn't seem to grasp how to call plays in the context of the game. Like he can call plays. I'll give him this. He can call plays for the players he has on the field. He can't call plays considering what the down and distance is, what the time is left on the clock. Like it doesn't that doesn't fully connect for him yet. And when if he's able to get that, he could be phenomenal, but he's not even close yet. Like it seems like it's a major gap in his thinking. I want to pick the Lions in this because I got so mad at Zach Taylor for his play calling last week. The problem is since these weapons on offense are just too good. And that defense for Detroit is so bad that I think it's a tough matchup for them to win this, no matter how bad Zach Taylor's play calling is. So with that, it feels like the +3.5 for Detroit in this game is a reaction to them playing very close to a lot of different opponents. I think in this particular game, I don't see them sticking around that close. I'm probably taking Cincy in the points. All right, we talked about Houston, Indy. Oh, we could breeze through Rams, Giants pretty quickly too. So Rams, Giants. Rams are favored by 10. To me, this feels like Rams by 20. Ultimately, that's my analysis. Like the Rams are a better football team by a mile. It's probably, I don't think Daniel Jones didn't make it through concussion protocol last time I looked, so it's probably Mike Glennon. And it's still Jason Garrett. It's just I don't have any faith in the Giants coaching staff. We talked about how negligent they are with their players. Like it wouldn't surprise me if Daniel Jones just barely passes concussion protocol on Sunday at 12:55 and they're like, "Oh, you're good. Let's go." Just running back out there while he still has half a brain. Like it wouldn't surprise me if the Giants coaching staff did that. The Rams, the only thing that I have about this game for the Rams and that they could potentially, if they overlook this game, then it could potentially be an issue. I mean, the Rams might feel like this is a bye week, and if they don't stay locked in, like this could end up close. But as long as they just take care of business, this is going to be easy. Like there's no particular matchups that need to be explained about this one. It's just the Rams are a much better team. The Giants aren't there yet in turn. Andrew Thomas is hurt, their best offensive lineman who was playing really well. Like they don't have a good offensive line. They can't get Saquon Barkley going. Kadarius Toney they stumbled into Kadarius Toney because Sterling Shepard got hurt and they're like, "Oh, I guess we have to throw to Kadarius Toney." Oh, wow, this guy's actually kind of good. And we've been saying since week 1, Kadarius Toney is the best wide receiver that they've got. They need to get him the ball. And then they accidentally start throwing him the ball because they have to. And they're like, "Oh, this guy's pretty good." I just have no faith in the Giants coaching staff. I think there's a few pieces there to work with, and Daniel Jones had been getting better. But the whole like rolling him out on a naked bootleg at the goal line while he had what was it, an injured ankle or injured shoulder or something last week. It didn't feel like a play that you want your quarterback running in that situation. So I'm gonna take the Rams -10. This could probably move to -14, and I would still take the Rams. I heard today somebody said that like even though it's +10, like 95% of the money is on the Rams still this week. So I don't know what we're potentially missing that Vegas might know, but yeah, -10 for the Rams seems like an easy one. All right. Let's see. Still going in order here. All right, let's go Chiefs and Washington football team. So I've been saying for a while, like everybody else is freaking out. Oh, should we worry about KC? Should we worry about the Chiefs? How bad are the Chiefs? They're not playing good defense. They've never played good defense. Now, don't get me wrong. This is worse than it's been. But there's a few things happening here that are pretty that explain what's happening very, very well. So the first thing is KC has had a brutal schedule, hardest schedule in the NFL up to this point. They've played pretty much every good team that there is in the AFC. Like the top 5 teams, they basically played at this point. Now, I'm not worried about KC at all because they've had the toughest schedule. They've had a little bit of unfortunate luck. We've talked about why their defense is so bad and that they're unsound and they play for that negative play every drive. Like they need one sack. They need one sack, one holding call, one bad call to put the offense behind the sticks, and then they're much better playing from those situations. And Patrick Mahomes, and he's had 6 turnovers, 6 interceptions so far. He had 6 all last year. That turnover luck that he's always had is kind of waning a little bit. I mean, he's had 3 of those interceptions bounced off his receiver's hands. Now, they weren't particularly good throws, but those are ones that they didn't end up as interceptions before. And he's been very fortunate in that. And it's just kind of going the other way. And that coupled with a defense that's worse than what it has been is what's kind of making this, plus a really tough schedule, is kind of what's made it look so bad. Now, look, they're 2-3, but let's look at the next 5 weeks. The next 5 weeks are Washington, Tennessee, New York Giants, Green Bay Packers, Las Vegas Raiders. Like, they're easily winning 3 out of those 5 games, probably winning 4, could win 5. And now all of a sudden we're looking at 6-4, 7-3. Like, they're going to be fine. Like, in 3 weeks, the narrative is probably KC is facing Green Bay at home and the Chiefs have recovered from a slow start. Can they, maintain in a test against Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers, right? Now, look, if they come out and they don't play well against Washington and they don't just absolutely torch this Washington defense that has been horrible to start the year, now I'm worrying about the Chiefs. Now we've got a problem. And the interesting thing is like Washington there are some matchups here that Washington could exploit. Like, we know the Chiefs aren't very good against the run. I expect Washington to run the ball here and have a good amount of success. We know that the problem for Washington is in the secondary. And the problem is they're both bad in the secondary. They're not overly talented. The linebackers are bad. So we're talking about the back 7 in general, right? Because that's who goes into coverage. The secondary, they're not particularly talented. They haven't played very fast. And then the other thing is they're not communicating, and then they're freelancing a good amount. There are just major gaps all around. And I asked Mark Bullock, for anybody that doesn't follow Mark Bullock on Twitter. Mark Bullock is one of the smartest, most level-headed analysts out there on Twitter that I know. He particularly does Washington. He follows Washington football. Used to do it for the Post, I think. No, does it for somebody else, maybe The Athletic, if I remember correctly. But he's fantastic. He's phenomenal. Does a good amount of X's and O's breakdowns, and all 22 breakdowns every week. Super level-headed, super smart guy. And talked to him about it and said, hey, like, am I missing something? Like, are they bad? Are they just not communicating? Because my question for him was, is it the players or is it the coaches? Or is it a little bit of both? Right? Are the coaches calling bad coverages? Because I've watched a couple of these games closely, and what I feel like is I think it's the players. They either don't understand or don't know what they're supposed to be doing, or they just choose not to do it. Like, you either don't know or you don't care, right? Like, those are typically the reasons that you don't do something. You either don't know or you don't care. And for them, to me, it felt like they don't care. Like they're seeing what they see and they're getting themselves out of position, either because they think they need to be in a different position or because they've just chosen that, hey, I need to be here, not what the play call says I need to do, which is not a good way to run a defense, by the way, especially in the secondary. And he basically said, yeah, it feels like it's more on the players, because my question to him was, hey, is the defense too complicated? Like, are they trying to do too much? And that's why these guys are ending up in weird spots. And He said, nah, not really. Like, I mean, there's potential for that, but not really. And only the people inside of that building know, right? Um, but for me, it feels like the players are not executing very well. And trust me, 9 times out of 10, you're probably going to hear me blame the coaching staff. On this one, it's like, what are they doing? Like this, it's a lot of times, I'll put it like this. A lot of times, it's hard for me to identify what coverage Washington is in because players aren't where they're supposed to be. Like I'll go, hey, that looks like cover two, but why is that other safety like at the line of scrimmage? And I'll rewind it back and I'm like, yeah, 100% that's cover two because it's not like they're in cover six where you've got, the cornerback dropping into the deep third of the field and you've got you got a safety and a corner over here. No, this corner stays down. You know that corner stays down. And then you've got another safety that's playing the half, not the third. And then you've got the other safety that should be in that half, but now he's on the line of scrimmage. And then this corner's still playing low. So now all of a sudden you've got a whole open area of the field in the top right, in the deep right for the quarterback, and nobody's there because that safety is completely out of position. Like on purpose for him, he's completely out of. By the way, Landon Collins, it's probably Landon Collins. And then Landon Collins, he'll do that, and then he'll come out and say, "Well, our coaches didn't tell us to jump on a. We were supposed to be guarding the deep outs in the sidelines on a Hail Mary or on a play at the end of the half, and our coaches didn't tell us to jump on a Hail Mary." Like, bro, if somebody needs to tell you to jump on a Hail Mary, you probably shouldn't be in the NFL right now. Like, let's just be real about it. You probably don't belong in the NFL. Everybody knows I can go to a pickup game and know that whenever they throw a Hail Mary without a coach, know that when they throw a Hail Mary, I should probably jump and knock it down. Everybody knows that. I mean, what is the one thing you hear every single commentator say and person say whenever it's a Hail Mary? Just knock it down. Don't try to intercept it. Just knock it down. Everybody knows that. But apparently Landon Collins, an NFL safety, doesn't know that you should actually jump on a Hail Mary throw. But I digress. Anyways, I will say Washington last week, it felt like they really started trying to get Gibson going in the run game. They did hand it off to him 20 times, and it's not like the game script the game flow dictated that. And I think that continues this week. I expect a big game out of him. And I do think that at some point, Washington has to realize what's going on, right? Like, I think it's gotten bad enough in Washington that you're going to begin to see some changes. The problem is that it's this week against KC, and it's probably not going to mean very much. But this feels like an Antonio Gibson game. They tried to get him going last week, gave him 20 runs. He still only ended up with 60 yards. I really want to see them get him involved in the pass game again. Like that feels like where they're missing out of a good amount of chunk plays. But I think they're going to do that to help start to soften this defense a little, like to soften the blow on this defense. Because everybody knows this defense isn't very good, especially the secondary. And they're going to need to figure out how to protect that defense. And I think Antonio Gibson is the way to do that. So that should be fascinating. KC's only favored by six and a half. I say only because it feels like everybody's beaten Washington by more than that, except for Atlanta. I want to see what their scores have been over the last one. All right, so lost to the Chargers week 1, 2016. I feel like that was the outlier game. It was just a random week 1 where they kept up. New York, okay, they played some close games. So New York beat them only by a point. That was the Thursday night game, right? Or they beat New York by a point. Lost to Buffalo by 22. Lost to Atlanta by 4, and then lost last week by 11. Yeah, I don't understand why six and a half doesn't feel like enough. This feels like the Eagles game where we looked at it and said, why are the Eagles only it's only like 4 points or something is what KC was favored by. So yeah, I'll take KC. Give me KC in the minus 6.5. Okay, let's move. Arizona, Cleveland minus 3. And I think that's interesting because I looked at this line today and I said, this is another crazy line to me. Why would Cleveland be favored by 3? I understand they're at home. I get it. But this is also an undefeated Arizona team. Get it? Arizona probably could have lost to Minnesota based on a miss of a short kick by Minnesota. And I appreciate that it's in Cleveland, but the Browns to be favored by a full 3 points feels weird. Cleveland did start out as a 2 or 2.5 point favorite. I think a 2.5 point favorite. And it's actually moved towards Cleveland, which I think is interesting as well. Cleveland has now lost 2 games, albeit against the Chiefs and the Chargers, and are coming off of one of those losses, obviously to the Chargers, in that ridiculous game from last week. And now they're playing the only undefeated team in the NFL. And again, like, records don't matter when you're looking at matchups from week to week. Like, it doesn't matter if Cleveland is 10-0 or 0-10. They are who they are. They are the team that they are. And that's how we have to judge this game, right? But records do impact lines because it impacts the sentiment of the public for the lines. Because remember, Vegas isn't just making lines to try to get as close to, they're not trying to say, hey, this game's going to be, let's see, totals 49.5. What is that? 26-23. Like, they're not just going, hey, this game's going to be 26-23. They're trying to get an edge over what they think the public would bet, right? They want the public to bet the wrong side, and they're going to put lines out there that could potentially invite the public to bet one way or another. And so records do matter when you're looking at the lines. They don't matter whenever you're looking at matchups, but it does impact public sentiment. So to me, this line should skew to Arizona, but there's no skew here. It looks like it's actually skewing a little bit towards Cleveland. And public sentiment is also pushing it to Cleveland. So I thought it's not a matchup thing. I just thought that was interesting. And the other thing is, between this and the Chargers game, it feels like Vegas is saying, because the Chargers are not favored against Baltimore on the East Coast this week. Arizona going to Cleveland is the same thing. West Coast team going to the East Coast. It feels like they're skewing towards the East Coast teams for whatever reason. Maybe they're just saying that West Coast to East Coast trip is hard. But I don't know. We'll see. So I think the place to start with this particular game in Arizona and Cleveland, and we're not going to make a pick on this game, I can tell you right now. And the reason for that is the list of injuries in this game is absolutely ridiculous. So let's start here. So Kyler Murray dealing with a shoulder injury, but he's definitely going to go. Like, they're talking about him nursing that shoulder. He's going to play. No doubt in my mind, he's going to play. Edmonds, shoulder, practiced in a limited fashion, but should be fine. Jordan Hicks, who I think has actually played really well for Arizona on defense. He didn't practice on Wednesday. DeAndre Hopkins has missed 2 practices. I haven't gotten the latest update on these, by the way. I wasn't able to get these in before stream. DeAndre Hopkins missed 2 practices due to illness. Chandler Jones is out. Rodney Hudson is out. Those are 2 very important players. Hudson's play hasn't been particularly great this season, but he's a leader on that line, and he helps them get into the right calls and helps out with the communication, and that's a big piece of it for the offensive line. Like, him being in there, even if he's not the best physical blocker, helps the rest of that line be better blockers themselves because they're in the right places. Him being out is a big deal. Max Williams is out as he's on the IR. Backup tight end Darrell Daniels is questionable. Starting cornerback Byron Murphy is questionable. Backup cornerback Marco Wilson is questionable. Cardinals are in a world of hurt right now. Hey, Sexy, welcome in, brother. I think the game goes under for the Eagles Bucs game. I don't even know what the total is. I'll be honest. I don't recall what the total is. 52.5. Remember, the Bucs could score that by themselves. That's the only. It would be hard for me to bet an under with the Bucs potentially. All right, so that's just the Cardinals in this particular game, right? So Browns have a good amount of people on their injury report as well, but most of those are questionable and probably will play. But there are a few in there that are leaning towards potentially being out, and so we're gonna have to wait and see. So Kareem Hunt, Nick Chubb, both questionable. Hunt's likely a go, but Chubb hasn't practiced all week, so that one's something to keep an eye on. Center J.C. Treader is questionable. Landry is on IR. David Njoku questionable, but and did not practice on Wednesday. Tackle Jack Conklin got an MRI on Wednesday and is questionable. And all that's just on offense. So we've got Greg Newsome, Denzel Ward, and Greedy Williams. All cornerbacks, all listed as questionable. Malik McDowell, Malik Jackson, Takaris McKinley, Myles Garrett, and Jadeveon Clowney, all listed as questionable. But it does seem like they'll all be a go. How healthy they'll be is questionable as well. Malcolm Smith is the only line, probably the healthiest position is linebacker. Malcolm Smith is the only one listed as questionable there. So for now, it's a hard game to pick, just not knowing who is playing and who isn't playing. That is one of the longer injury lists that I've seen for any particular game. Now, what I'll say about matchups is we know that Cleveland can run the ball as long as they have both their running backs. And that offensive line is pretty good, but not having Jack Conklin could be a problem. We've talked about how Jack Conklin's not as much of a problem because Chandler Jones is out. We've talked in the past about how undisciplined Arizona's defense is, against the run. And I think that's a big deal in this game, obviously, because the Browns are so good at running it and they will run it a ton. I know all of the talk loves to be about Baker Mayfield and him not playing up to expectations, but remember, this guy got injured a couple games ago, right? Like he popped his shoulder out in a game and then went to the sideline, popped it back in, and came back in the game. Like, I'm not concerned about Baker. He's proven he can be good consistently. Now, if you think that he is going to be an Aaron Rodgers type, that's your fault for thinking that he's that type of quarterback. Like, this is a Kirk Cousins, like, I'm going to consistently throw the ball short to intermediate. Every once in a while, I'm going to hit a big play down the seam, or on a deep cross across the middle, and we're going to get big plays out of that. But Baker's Baker, and he's going to be fine. Like, is he the type of guy where you want the game resting on his shoulder like last week? Absolutely not. But with this run game and a strong defense, Baker's a good fit for what Cleveland wants to do and can do. And altogether, it becomes a tough matchup for Arizona, especially with the amount of injuries that they've got. And I'm still not 100% sold on this defense. I think they're fast. I think they play aggressively, but I don't think they're sound. I know that they've played very well this season. I just don't think they're going to consistently play at this level all year, especially when teams start figuring out how to get them out of position. And Stefanski's a really good, he can scheme it up, and he's a good offensive play caller. I think they can move some people along with and get Arizona's eyes in the wrong place on defense. I don't think Arizona's great at cornerback, and they've been protected by a good pass rush and some smart coverage calling by Vance Joseph. But I've been waiting for the game where the edge that the Arizona defense has been playing on just kind of crumbles below their feet and they kind of succumb to it, right? Like on defense, I think this could be the game where the Arizona defense just kind of doesn't hold up. Arizona's offense, on the other hand, is 100% legit. Feels completely legit. Like Kyler Murray is playing out of his mind. He's been, he's been really good. He's gotten better at reading and throwing into the middle of the field, which was always kind of his bugaboo. I do think we have to acknowledge a few throws that have been a little bit too crazy for Kyler, and he's been pretty lucky on some of those throws and not turning the ball over there. So, like, he needs to keep up that positive luck as well. There are very few defensive ends that in the NFL that can chase Kyler and be successful at it. Myles Garrett's probably at the top of that list. Arizona has weapons, but depending on the injury situation, especially with Hopkins and Edmonds, there's a lot up in the air in this game for them. Just because of injuries, because I still think Cleveland's one of the better teams, I think the matchups lean Cleveland in this game. But are they able to cover against Kyler Murray in this offense? I don't know. We'll have to see how the rest of the week shakes out and who comes in healthier. But I'm kind of leaning Cleveland, and I've underestimated Arizona every game this season. And here I am picking Cleveland, but I still feel like they've been very, very fortunate throughout this season to be where they're at, and I'm interested to see kind of how this ends up turning out for them. Because I think Cleveland, especially if all of Cleveland's cornerbacks are a go, this could be a really interesting matchup for Arizona. Um, yeah, I gotta lean Cleveland here. All right, let's see. So we got 1, 2, 3. We got 4 games left. 4 games left and 15 minutes to do it in, and we got some important games. All right, so Vegas. Let's go Vegas Denver. So Raiders Denver. So first of all, man, this is one I wanted to get into, but I don't think we're gonna have time because I do want to get wrapped up and ready for kickoff. So for this one, to me, how in the world can you predict this game between the Broncos and the Raiders? Denver's favored by 3.5. And like anyone who tells you that they know what's going to happen in this particular game is someone you probably should never listen to, because no one knows what the hell's going to happen in this game. The Raiders have a head coach who was the special teams coach and still is a special team coach. The offensive coordinator, who was always the offensive coordinator, but not really the offensive coordinator because Gruden was really the offensive coordinator, is now actually the offensive coordinator and calling plays. And it was hard to pinpoint exactly how good the Raiders were before this game. And now they've got basically a shakeup at head coach and offensive coordinator. And we still don't have a good idea of how good Denver is because they played nobody the first 3 weeks. Then they got Baltimore, which is always it's always hard to take something away from games against Baltimore because they could be such a unique matchup from week to week. And then last week, Denver laid an egg against the Steelers. So the trend for them is pointing down, but yet they're favored in this game against what was supposed to be a really good Raiders team that's kind of stumbled the last couple of weeks. There's just so much going on here that it's, if you remove from the record from the equation and look at each team, you can kind of get to some key matchups here. So for Denver, the defense is good. They're 10th overall in DVOA. They can rush the passer as long as Von Miller is healthy. Like, he's really kind of the only guy that like rushes the passer and is productive at doing it. They can play a fun style of defense where they can mix up coverages and blitzes and get complicated and cause problems for what the opposing offense sees. The Broncos do blitz at a rate of 34.5%. That's 4th highest in the NFL. And they'll play some zone and some man behind it. Like, they're not afraid to mix up those coverages. 18th in offensive DVOA, 17th in the pass, 21st in the run. So here's the funny thing. Teddy Bridgewater's overall throughout the entire season, his CPOE and EPA composite is the best in the league. And if you don't know what that is, CPOE is completion percentage above expected. So basically, how often does he complete passes as measured against if that pass should have been completed based on whether the rest of the league completes that pass or not. It's really a measure of decision making and accuracy kind of rolled into one. In an efficiency metric. And then EPA, which is expected points added, is a measure of the actual production of that play. So Teddy, by that measure, is the best in the league at CPOE and EPA composite. That metric, by the way, says that the top QBs in the NFL right now, other than Teddy, are in order: Patrick Mahomes, Kyler, Stafford, Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Dak Prescott, Justin Herbert, in that order. So it seems like it's pretty accurate, right? And the easy thing is like, well, maybe he's not throwing the ball down the field very much. The thing is Teddy's tied for 7th in air yards. So, and that's all season. So it's not like he's dinking and dunking. He's getting the ball down the field a little bit. Now, if you move it to just the last 2 weeks, now Teddy's 24th in CPOE and EPA composite. And look, he's injured in there, so he only played a half against the Ravens, and then a full game against the Steelers, whose defense isn't terrible, by the way. Like, a lot of people I feel like have been talking about that their defense isn't very good. I do think that defense is pretty good. They're not great, don't get me wrong, but they can rush the passer depending on if they're healthy or not, and they've got a couple in the secondary that aren't bad. So basically the Broncos are a team that needs to play well together. If they don't play well together, they're probably not going to win. Like they're not dominant on defense, but they're good enough. They're not great on offense, but they're not terrible either. They're probably an average NFL offense, and that means that everything has to work together or just they're not going to win games. And so like they need to come in well prepared every single week, and they don't necessarily know what they're going to get from the Raiders this week. Meanwhile, Raiders have had games where they've just absolutely dominated. The pass rush look good against bad offensive lines. They're not as good against good offensive lines. They so they looked distracted last week, and it could be that they came in that they come into this game distracted again, or they could come in feeling better that it's behind them now, and now they can just get focused on their opponent. So Rich Bisaccia is the head coach, right? And I worked personally with Rich Bisaccia in Tampa, and I love the guy. He's a ball full of energy, super smart football guy. I've wanted to see Bisaccia get a shot at a head coach position for a while now, but this is a spot. It's kind of a weird spot for him to take over. It feels like this is kind of a no-win spot for him unless they just turn out to be a phenomenal team. Like the Raiders started off hot and were kind of a darling team. And now if that doesn't maintain, it's going to look like Bisaccia didn't do a good job. In reality, I think the Raiders overperformed at the start of the season and did so on a national stage against the Ravens, which helps kind of that aura build upon itself. And the hype kind of outran exactly where they were. The Raiders have a solid QB, some great weapons, but the offensive line isn't terrific, especially in run blocking. They've been really bad in the run game. And that's why Josh Jacobs is so important, is because he can make something out of nothing, even when they don't block for him. Gruden was able to dial up some huge plays in the right moments, and I just don't have confidence that Greg Olsen can do it at that level that Gruden did. And to do so, and the other thing is he has to do so in a way that allows Carr to hit those throws like he was before. Like that's a lot to ask of Greg Olsen. Maybe he can, I don't know, but I don't have the faith in it right now. I don't have faith that the Raiders overall, but I'm also open to being wrong on that. Like I keep leaning Denver the last couple of weeks, and the lack of receivers keeps showing up for Teddy. Like it's hard for them to move the ball when he doesn't have Jerry Jeudy and KJ Hamler, and receivers that can get open. This is just such a dice roll of a game. Just such a dice roll of a game, man. Yeah, I'm going to have to wait. I'm going to have to think about this one a little bit more. All right, we already talked about Dallas, New England, so we can actually skip that one, which is great. And then this is going to make it perfect. I can get through Seattle, Pitt pretty quickly, and then Buffalo, Tennessee, we can fly through. And then as the Bucs Eagles game starts, we can talk about the preview. Kind of, God, I hate the term keys to the game, but yes, keys to the game. All right. Seattle, Pittsburgh. So I was surprised by the Steelers last week. I think what they had last week was the perfect game for them, especially on offense. They got the run game going. Najee Harris had a big game. That really helps them out. If they can do that, it will potentially create some looks for them to throw the ball deep to Claypool, which is what I've said all along. I think is their best bet to toss it up to him as much as possible and let him dominate. They're probably going to throw some picks while doing that, and then other times they're gonna win games simply because of that. Throwing to him is going to open up throws to Deontay Johnson as coverages rotate. Like there's some options here on offense. It's just every week, how good is that O-line is the O-line gonna be good enough? And can Big Ben, and what's Big Ben gonna look like, right? And running the ball is only going to help them. So I think that's a big thing for them. And then let's talk about the pass rush that looked good in week one and hasn't been nearly as good in every week since. Like based off of that, we have to think that the pass rush isn't as good as what we thought or what I thought it was going to be, right? And I don't think they're particularly good in the secondary. Like They have Joe Hayden. They have, I still like Minka Fitzpatrick, even though he's a little bit all over the place. But yeah, combined, like I'm not buying the Steelers right now. And I still can't get behind them as a winning football team yet. I know they won last week. They beat the Bills in week 1, which is just that weird week 1 type of thing happening. So I'm not buying them yet. I do think that this is a game that they can win. Obviously, they're favored by 5.5 points, which I thought was another strange line for this week. On the other side of the game, the Seahawks looked great week 1 against a bad Colts team, lost to Tennessee, Minnesota, and the Rams with a weird W kind of with San Francisco sandwiched in there. I don't think San Francisco is a good football team right now either, so it's kind of hard to know what to make of this team. And now Geno Smith comes in, and you have to think that a coaching staff that wasn't really thrilled with letting Russ cook, I don't think they're all of a sudden going to open up the offense for Geno. That's just not what's going to happen here. I mean, it feels like the ground game is going to get some heavy usage. There's going to be some quicker throws built into the offense than what they've done in the past. I will say that Geno looked good in a short stint in relief the other night. He was carving up a Rams team that I felt like that was the Geno that I thought he could always be. The interception wasn't on him. I think that's a good throw and a catch if Lockett doesn't fall down. I don't know what this offensive line looks like with Geno back there at some point, because what makes Russ great is that he'll hold on to the ball, and he can maneuver in and out of the pocket both, right? Like, and he'll create some more time and help get some receivers open and gets a big play off of that. It also causes some extra sacks that he probably shouldn't take. Does Geno get rid of it quicker is a big question. And then does he hold on to the ball, but isn't as savvy with his pocket management and escape? And if he isn't, then that's a huge negative for the defense, or for the offense, sorry, for Seattle. So even though Seahawks are 5th in offensive DVOA, they're only 26th in third down conversion percentage, which I thought was interesting. And they're last in fourth down because they haven't gone for it on fourth down all season, which is the only team in the league that hasn't gone for it on fourth down. In today's day and age of going for it, that's strange. All I know about the Seahawks is that they're going to run the ball, and I think that's going to help the defense. Seattle is last in time of possession. That means that their defense has been on the field longer than any other defense in the NFL, and it's not a good defense to put out there. They face more plays on defense than any other defense in the league. The one thing I'll say is that they're only allowing they're allowing 6.2 yards per play on defense. So it's not just a volume problem; it's an efficiency problem as well. They're out there a lot, and they haven't played extremely well. They're in the middle of the pack in terms of blitz and pressure rates. The one thing that saved the Seahawks on defense is that they're really good at tackling. Even with all those plays and facing the most plays in the NFL, they've only missed 25 tackles, which is the third lowest total in the NFL. So thank God that they can tackle, or else it would be even worse. I feel like Seattle is probably the better team, so I'm leaning for them to cover, but I just don't know if I can take them to win with Geno. And I need to go back and look at that Steelers game and see if there's anything that I'm missing on their offense. All right, we got our last 3 minutes. I'm going to fly through Buffalo, Tennessee. Tennessee's +6, so this is a Monday Night Football game. Buffalo showed last week that they're for real versus KC. I tried to tell everybody that, and everybody seemed to want to pick KC anyways. And it's not that KC's that terrible of a team. I just think Buffalo is actually pretty good. They dominated some really bad teams, which is exactly what they're supposed to do. I do think it's an interesting matchup for the Bills. So with the Titans, we know that Henry's going to get his reps in. He's going to get the rock, probably going to carry it 25, 30 times at least, as long as it's within kind of that 10 to 14 point range most of the game. If the Bills get up by a bunch, obviously that changes it. The Titans O-line has blocked fairly well in the run game, but they're a disaster in pass blocking. Buffalo has proven that they can get pressure without having to blitz. They didn't blitz a single time against Patrick Mahomes last week. Not a single time, not one single blitz, and they still had a good amount of pressure on him. So that's going to be a major problem for Tennessee. Tennessee's defense is also a major problem. They're 27th in DVOA. They can't get pressure. They can't stop the run. They basically can't play football. The only defenses worse than them by DVOA standards: Washington, Atlanta, Jacksonville, Detroit. That's how bad they are. That's where they're at in terms of how bad the Tennessee defense has played this season. Buffalo is easily overall the better team here, but I think this is a heavy Derrick Henry game. I think they're going to play super conservative. They're going to try to look Tannehill again. Going to say this again. Tannehill's played very well. Like he does it in small sample sizes, but he's played very well this season. They're going to use that play action. They're going to take shots off of play action. So even in limited dropbacks, like Tannehill can be successful. Grizz, thanks, man. Appreciate it. See you around. Grizz, you're not sticking around for the sidecast tonight? Everyone else in the world is taking Buffalo in the points, but here's the thing. I'm thinking this is a massive under game, and I think that Tennessee tries to shorten the game and keep it close. I feel like at 54 points is a ton. Buffalo could get there by themselves, but I feel like this is a game where Tennessee is like, we need to keep this as close as we possibly can. And as long as they can keep it close and keep it to like 10, 15, like this feels like a 24-17 type of game for them. And there's not a ton of points scored. So it would be hard for me not to take Buffalo and the points, but I'm leaning that I might take Tennessee. Going to do a little bit more. I'll make the final call on Sunday. All right. So that is everything. We finished right at 8:20, guys. Damn, we spot on with that. All right. Let's get a couple things going. So what I want to do here is instead of this, I'm going to get this guy up. Nope, we're not there yet. It doesn't look like the game has started yet on this. All right, gotta get one tweet out, and then what we'll do is we'll talk about this particular game kind of as we get kicked off, and we'll talk about the mashups and what we can expect from this particular game. All right, Gabe, who's my pick? Tampa Bay moved to -7. I'm going to take Tampa Bay -7. So here's the problem. Here's the problem that I have with the Bucs. When we look at the matchups of this game, and we can do this. Hello? Can you hear me? I see Mike on my end. We good? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Sorry, I was messing with, I gotta get something else to do about this USB mic, or I just need to get my my XLR set up. Okay, cool. So I'm taking the Bucs here, right? The reason for that is I tend to overestimate on the Bucs every week based on whatever their last week was. So last week I was scared to take the Bucs over Miami simply because I thought that their game against the Pats signaled to me that they were going to be conservative in play calling. Oh crap. Okay, so we're kicked off now. And of course, first play of the game, Lenny Fournette takes the run, right? So my bugaboo, my pet peeve with the Bucs is that you have the best trio of wide receivers in the NFL in Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and Antonio Brown. Plus, when Gronk is healthy, you have him in there. And I think that for me, that particular setup is, let me refresh this. that particular setup is really hard for any team to stop. So why on earth would you ever hand off to a mediocre Lenny Fournette who loves to run the ball up the back of his offensive line? Like, you'll see it tonight. He'll just run flat into the back of an offensive lineman. No reason. There's holes everywhere, and he'll still just run into the back. Like, he'll run into the back of an offensive lineman when there's a hole just to his right. And it makes no sense. And so the Bucs, they'll get first downs on second and third down, but they love to run it on first and 10, especially early. Play action. Okay. They're trying to get a tendency breaker. Look, like, when you can do that, why would you ever, when you can hit a 20-yard in route down the field, and Evans looks like he got hurt. Looks like he got a helmet to the chest. When you can hit that, and they love to, by the way, when they go heavy sets and extra O-line and extra tight ends, it's probably a play action deep shot. Like, that's a hard tendency for them. I think they had an extra offensive lineman and a tight end in there. So they love to play action off of that. I would have called that out as a defense if you've watched any film on them. This isn't the same thing because they're in 11 personnel. And they've got 3 wide receivers in there. Yep. First down, run with Lenny Fournette. Now they're going to get 6 yards off of that one. But that's not typically what they're able to do on first down. So, with that being said, let me do this. I feel like we had a better scoreboard off of this from the other night. I don't want the comparison. Oh, I want game tracker. That's what we were doing. Okay. Let me pull this up here. All right, same personnel as last play. 2nd and 3. Yep, there's the play action on second down. That's the same play they ran 2 plays ago. They just mixed up the formation, and they mixed up the personnel. Or they mixed up who they're throwing that to. Godwin on that in-breaking route. Like, when you're able to do this, why would you ever run it with Leonard Fournette? And Brady is so good at taking care of the football. You shouldn't be scared to let him cut it loose against good teams. Now, Brady came in with an injured finger, a potentially injured finger, but he was apparently throwing the ball fine in practice this week. I like that they were using motion and play action. He's out of bounds. It was almost good. That was a tight throw by Brady, probably a little too aggressive. And now here's where, and I'm going to wait to see what their personnel and formation is, but here's where they like to try to go, oh, you know what, let's just run it and try to get a few yards here so we're not 3rd and 10. But the point is that they're probably going to be, yep, exactly. But they're probably going to be second and 8, right? They're going to get a yard or two. Like, 3rd and 8 and 3rd and 10 are not that much difference. It's not like, that's a wasted play to me. And I get it. A lot of times they just want to run the ball, keep their defense off the field, waste a little bit of extra time. But, dude, your offense is good enough to overcome any disadvantage on defense right now. So, not like, now you're going to spread it out into empty. By the way, Eagles never blitz. Gio's in the backfield. Motions into the backfield. You know it's zone. They throw the little, yep. Okay. I like the play call. So they had the motion into the backfield, right? They motion Gio. They put him outside, motion Gio in because nobody follows him in. And because nobody was out, they didn't run a linebacker out there. Then you know that it's zone. And so based off of that, they run that little crossing route there. And that was actually kind of a pick play. And it's effectively a screen is what it is. And they get it to Godwin and get him upfield. On second thought, I'm not particularly happy with the screen. Oh, why are you going to run this? They're going to run it to Lenny Fournette. Sorry, you guys are going to be able to see my frustration on that crossover. If the Bucs line wasn't so dominant, I think they'd realize sooner how ineffective running Lenny is. Yeah. Yep. Here's the thing. The Bucs line is better at pass blocking than it is run blocking. It's not all on Lenny and Rojo, but it absolutely is a lot of it. And by the way, Nick Sirianni has been awful. He was fantastic the first week against Atlanta. Curious if I went back and watched it and went, okay, we know how bad Atlanta is now. So this is probably going to be play action. Yep. Play action rollout. Oh, he's wide open. OJ Howard. Yep. There it is. Throwback. I love the tight end throwback that they love to run on those. Howard's a little bit more mobile. So I think that was a perfect play. And the Eagles almost read that. It was just they ended up with a linebacker over there that wasn't. That might have been a defensive end. Who is that? 90 Kerrigan. Yeah, that was Ryan Kerrigan's not going to get there. I mean, Ryan Kerrigan's athletic for a defensive end, but he ain't that athletic. He ain't going out and covering a tight end. So 72 was an eligible receiver also. Yeah, so I can't hear the game. That's the only thing. I feel like I need to figure out a way to do that, but yep. Yep. All right, so I think we're like 6 for 6 on calling plays on that one. Between every play action throw and every run that they had. No. There was one first down. There was one first down run that I miscalled. So my bad. My bad, guys. So they do a good job of recovering from bad first down plays. And most of those bad first down plays are because they call the same plays on first down all the time. And it's a negative play typically for them because it's a run to Lenny who starts the game. And they'll do it again with Rojo probably on the next drive. They haven't been flipping back and forth as much between Rojo and Lenny. It's been mostly Lenny. Rojo's fallen out of the good graces of the coaching staff because of he can't pass block. He's fumbled a bunch. He doesn't know his assignments, and he probably is the better runner than Lenny. Whenever you're talking about running between the tackles, but I also think Lenny's shown that he's better in space, and Lenny's definitely the better pass catcher out of the two. Comerica Industries, welcome in. OJ had so much potential. Shame he didn't turn out. Hey, we're not done. OJ got hurt last year. OJ looked good. I love what Cutter did with him. So Cutter a few years ago, I think it was in his last season, would basically run those tight end throwbacks, right? Like he would run OJ Howard. He would run him like off the line, behind the line, and then run him on kind of a wheel route up the opposite side. And the entire defense would move to the right, and then they'd just throw back the other side. And OJ Howard would be wide open, and then he'd beat everybody down the field. So, yeah, it's like OJ Howard was never like a dominant receiver ever. It was a good part of his game, but the beauty of OJ Howard was this dude can block and he can catch and run. Like that's the beauty of it. So kind of funny just how often the tight end league ends up in a touchdown for OJ Howard, kind of going back to his college days. It was something they ran at Bama a good amount. Not a ton, but Cutter was the one that like when he called that play, it ended up in a big gain every single time. Injury and TB not having Brady till last year hurt. Well, I mean, yeah. Not having Tom Brady is a deficit to 31 out of 32 teams in the NFL. Calling now Arcega-Whiteside get a TD. I don't know about that, sexy. This week seems like a week where Baker showed everybody he can pass the ball. It's possible. I think I don't think that's what Cleveland wants to get into. If I'm being honest. Like I think that this Arizona run defense is undisciplined enough that I think they're going to try to go with what they know is good, and what they have done to be effective. I don't think they want to put this game. Why don't you guys tell me my title is off? Come on. But yeah, I don't think that that's a game that they really want to get into. Because if they get into a game like that, all right, so let's talk about the Eagles offense real quick before we keep going on. I mean, Brady very good about getting the ball to tight end is more. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. All right, so the offense that the Eagles run if you've ever watched Oklahoma and that offense that they run, you're watching it in the NFL right now. That's what this offense is. And when you talk about Jalen Hurts, his ability to get the ball to open receivers is good. Great arm, good enough accuracy, not pinpoint, not great in ball placement, not terrific at reading the defense whenever there's a ton of defenders there. Look, he can get it to any receiver that's got a step or two on anybody, but this is a guy that if he doesn't see it, see right there, ball placement bad. He saw the guy open. Guy was open, had him beat by 2 steps, had Sherman beat by 2 steps, but he's got to be better about ball placement. Like, that's a throw an NFL quarterback has to make. There's no reason to lean it to that far to the sideline. And honestly, if he's got him beat by that, throw him upfield versus throwing him to the sideline. By throwing it upfield, you give your receiver more space to make that throw while still protecting the ball from the defender. All right, 3rd and 12. They put themselves in a bad situation. Shaq Barrett with the jump. I don't know if Shaq was. I can't hear it because I don't know if Shaq. I'm gonna turn this on. I hope I don't get NFL. Please don't find me. Just don't find. I'm just here so I don't get fined. I wonder if I can put a. Oh, you know what I could do? Oh yes. Oh, Aza, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the follow. I'm gonna try to connect a headphone in here. Oh, this is gonna be hard. All right, 3rd and 7, motion across, zone coverage, no blitz coming. They ended up, so the Bucs, that's interesting. So the Bucs rush 3, Tryon pulled out as the defensive end to be the spy there, and then Tryon ends up getting too far upfield. So you'll watch on the right side, or up the middle. Tryon, there you go. Fakes the blitz, pulls back. He's the guy that's not supposed to let him. Now that's the problem, is Tryon got out of position when Jalen started going there. The Bucs know that Jalen's legs are what gets them first downs. That's what they're playing against right now. And they're doing a good job of playing against that right now, other than that 3rd down play. All right, I got a headphone in one ear. Crossover holding. Oh, by the way, if we're all watching this on Twitch at the same time, we should be watching it. Like, we should be pretty much the same thing. Oh, it looks like they're blitzing. Devin White. Oh, yeah, like Jalen is struggling right now. So the problem, here's the thing about here's the thing about the Eagles. The one place that the Eagles could potentially beat the Bucs is Jalen Reagor, Devontae Smith, Quez Watkins. They've drafted some speed at the receiver position, and with Miles Sanders, there's a ton of speed on offense, and that could potentially beat the Bucs. But the Bucs are clearly playing a little bit softer in the secondary and a lot more zone to try to not let that happen. Oh, here you go. All right, flush it out. Look at JPP get the angle. Oh my goodness. Wow, that's luck. So every 3rd down, Jalen's run either out of the pocket or for a first down. I think Cockrell does get a hand on this. So the Eagles are doing a good job right now of getting motion before the snap to allow Jalen Hurts to understand what the defense is, what the coverage is before he has to snap the ball. So he knows it's either man or zone for the most part. Now later on, yep, Cockrell got that. If Cockrell is any better of an athlete or any better of a cornerback, that's probably either a pick or a stronger tip where that ball then goes farther up in the air and the defense has a better shot at it. Crossover wall, nice play, Hurts. I mean, he's... Oh. Miles Sanders with a personal foul. Interesting. 1st and 25. That's not a good spot to be in against the Bucs. So the Bucs probably right here. This is where Todd Bowles says, I'm going to bring it. No. Oh. Okay. They're asking who moved first. Of course, Golston's going to say it's on them. So that's already two jumps. So Eagles identified something where the Bucs are going to be jumpy at the snap, jump the offensive line, whatever it might be. Comerica board, they try exactly. Yep. And the Eagles are taking advantage of it. I mean, that's a good spot, right? Like, Richard Sherman headed to the locker room. All right, let's see. 2x2 set, no motion. Bucs playing zone behind it. Oh my God. That right there. That's what you can't do. If you're in that zone coverage, you cannot let Rager. Again, the speed is going to be a problem for the Bucs in the secondary. If Jalen has time, by the way, that's a terrible throw. Like if Dean is able to get his head around, it's easily a pick. But you cannot, when you're in that zone, you cannot let the guy get past you. And there's another thing that we talked about last week. Underthrows. Yep, you got to cross over. Underthrow. Jalen is known for those underthrows. And you've got to know that whenever that ball is deep, the safety's got to be calling ball, and you got to look back for the ball because it's probably coming under you, not over you. They're trying to get the Eagles, the fans to calm down. Hey, watch the tight end here. Oh, they're handing. Oh, there's the RPO. Yep. RPO. Yep, it's exactly right. Crossover. That is something that shows up on tape over and over and over and over again with Jalen Hurts. Those underthrows are a big part of his game. And it honestly, what I'm doing is if I'm the Bucs to scheme against that, I'm making sure that my cornerbacks are the deep guys, and then the safeties are effectively the lurk, right? So whenever you're in what's called a lurk coverage, right? The lurk coverage is when the safety drops down into the middle of the field. One of the safeties do. I'm not talking about like a full-on lurk. What I'm talking about is the corner's job is to make sure that the wide receiver never gets past them, that they never get over top like Rager did with Deem there. And what you need to do is if those corners stay high over top, then those safeties can play much, much more aggressive on those throws and try to get under them. And they're the ones that are going to be able to do that because they're going to be deep throws that are arced, and it's going to allow the safeties to break on them more. So look for that. Like you're gonna see either a pick, either by a corner who gets his head around, or by a safety that's going to be able to undercut that. Why is this not working? What do I do here? What do we go? Oh, here we go. Let's do this. I'm gonna move this around so you guys can see some more. Bucs at Eagles. Yep. All right. So far, pretty spot on with everything that we've called. Speed at the wide receiver position is going to be a problem for the Bucs secondary if they can't get home. Bucs are trying to be aggressive up front. The Eagles do have a pretty good offensive line, so it's going to be hard for the Bucs to just get pressure with the front four. It seems like that's what they're interested in doing. They're going to play a lot of zone behind it, it seems, because look, Devontae Smith is going to be hard to cover in man coverage, especially with as bad as the Bucs corners are right now. So the Bucs are going to have to figure that out. Now, where the Bucs could go wrong is if they start trying to run it too much. Like last week, we saw them open it up against Miami. I literally watched the first quarter of that game because I saw that Leftwich was going to open it up, and I said, if he does this, this game's over. And we need the Bucs to keep the pressure on in this game and continue to open up the offense and not get conservative with the first down runs. I'm interested to see if Lenny comes back out. I think so. There's potential that Rojo comes back out, but I think they leave Lenny in for another drive, and then Rojo probably gets the next drive after that. I don't think they want to put Rojo in whenever it's a tie ball game right now. They're going to treat this as okay, 7-7. It's like we're starting all over again. And the thing is, the Bucs should know that they can run or that they can throw on these guys. The Eagles secondary isn't terrific. Comerica, I'm glad you're in here. I like our conversations on Twitter, so I appreciate it. Uh-oh. Hammy. Man, that sucks. Got a big contract, played, 10 plays? Of course, man. Welcome in. This is a different platform, man. I like Twitter, and I like being able to have like text conversations with people, but actually being able to like have a real, maybe not a real conversation because unfortunately it's still text for you, but we haven't gotten to the stage where we're able to do that. Oh, look, it's Lenny. Toss sweep. Nothing. Well, on that note, time to pour a drink. Sexy, the Bucs aren't losing. There's too much. There's just too much. Unless they decide that Lenny and Rojo are the answer today, they're not losing this game. The Eagles are not a good team. What? So why can't you do that on first down? Why can't you do that on first down? Absolutely not, Gabe. Tonight is Rowan's Creek. If oh, you're Philly. Oh, I forgot you're a Philly fan, sexy. Oh, okay. All right. Man. Here's the thing, like Philly's not terrible, but they're also not a great football team right now. And I don't no, I know, Gabe. Easy. It's so here's the thing, sexy. Philly's going to be able to win some games. They just don't match up well against the Bucs. There's one advantage that they have. That's the speed in the speed with their wide receivers against our secondary. I think our defensive line eventually will start to get pressure. Now, remember, say this every week. Todd Bowles tends to give up yards, tends to give up points in the first couple of drives, and then it starts to lock down from there. You saw that at Miami last week. Gave up yards and I think a touchdown on the first drive. After that, it was lights out. Like, it's just the natural thing that they do every week. Eagles with the blitz, not something they do very much, by the way. Eagles are one of the least, I think they might be the least blitzing team in the NFL. Let's look this up. Who was it? Oh, against Patrick Mahomes, they were the most vanilla defense that I've ever seen. Eagles blitz 12.2% of the time, worst in the NFL. Least in the NFL. It's not like blitzing a lot is the best thing in the world. This is the biggest blitzing team against the least blitzing team. Bucs by contrast blitz 40.2% of the time. Eagles blitz 12.2% of the time. That's why the screens aren't as effective against a team like Philly. Play action throw on first down. I missed that game. I must have been pouring my drink or was looking up a stat. Sexy question. Let's get back to my question about from the other day. Houston beating Indy. Like Ty Hilton, hope he gets a TD. It's hard to know what the impact of Ty Hilton is. Man, that's good. That right there is what I like to see. So, by the way, Fournette, when you run him off the tackle, that's when Fournette's best. I don't like the toss sweeps with Fournette. I don't like the dive plays where he's going at the A gaps. You got to get him B gap, C gap, potentially D gap, just outside of the tackles. And I think he's in a good spot. Play action. They went play action, but they still ended up handing the dive. But it was Ronald Jones. Lenny checked himself out. So it's hard to know what the impact of Ty Hilton's going to be, right? And I say Ty Hilton, like I know it's T.Y. Hilton, but so with Hilton, he hasn't been like the dynamic T.Y. Hilton that we liked in the first few years, like with Andrew Luck, right? That's not the same player. He was fast. He was fast. He was quick. He was sharp in his cuts. Had some great hands. Father time is a little swing pass is nice. When you get Ronald Jones out on a swing pass, he's hard to stop. That's a lot of weight coming your way. T.Y. Hilton loves playing the Texans. I mean, T.Y. Hilton, everybody loves playing the Texans because the Texans are bad. Rojo didn't drop it. I was surprised by that too, Comerica. First and 10, spread it out. OJ in the backfield. Oh my God. AB with the touchdown. The Eagles, I'm sorry, Sexy. The Eagles aren't going to be able to stop the Bucs tonight. I just don't. Just not happening. Now, the question is are they so normally what I would say, Sexy, is that the Eagles need to run the ball with Miles Sanders. That's what I've said the last few weeks. Because they need that consistency of the run game. This isn't that type of game. Every time they run Miles Sanders, it's a win for the defense because they have the ability. They have the ability to be able to score on this Bucs defense. They're going to have to make this a shootout. 2 first down play actions. Yeah, they're running on second down now, Comerica. I noticed that. They're not trying. Yeah, they're not trying to slow the game down. Not at all. All right. Let's see here. Sorry, I had to fire off that tweet that I never sent earlier. Hilton is known for being especially being really good against the Texans. I mean, it's kind of like saying the Cowboys are known for being good against the Eagles or whatever, right? Like I get it. There's a trend there that this happens, but players change, coaches change, quarterbacks change. It's not like there's a what's the logical reason for that being? is I guess is what I'm trying to get at crossover. Like, let's think about that. Like, why is TY just that much better against the Texans? By the way, Rowan's Creek, one of the most underrated bourbons that you can still get fairly easily if you're a bourbon person. It's one of those bourbons that people haven't realized how good it is yet, and as soon as they start realizing how good it is, it's going to be one of those that like skyrockets in price and you can't find it anymore. Because TY is good and the Texans defense is not. I mean, so then that's the reason, right? It's not that he's just always, you can't be like, oh, he's going to have a great game because he's always great against the Texans. It's just, hey, the defense is bad and TY's good, right? Like that's pretty much it. Flow and Swell, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Feel free to hop into chat if you want. Having a good conversation about football here. Sexy, I don't think Baltimore Chargers is going to be a shootout. If it's not a shootout, I feel like Baltimore has a better chance to win that game because I think the Chargers are decent on defense, but I think you look at their games and good teams can score on them pretty consistently. It's just, can you keep them from scoring too? And the answer is probably no. It's definitely going to be an interesting thing to watch this weekend, because again, that game is all about adjustments and counter adjustments, because Staley's going to adjust to what the Ravens are doing. The Ravens are going to adjust to that, and that's on both offense and defense for both teams. So very, very hard to know. I'm on Mike Williams. I'm not a Keenan Allen fan. Keenan Allen's one of the best wide receivers in the NFL. So one of the best route runners in the NFL, has some of the best hands in the NFL. Like, he doesn't drop a ton of passes. He's deserving of all of the credit that he gets, in my opinion. Those are two very good wide receivers, and they do things differently. Okay, so second time they've run this stack formation. Last time it was an RPO out of it. Oh, they were just trying to get that extra little 5 yards out of it before the end of that quarter. 14-7. So what are we on pace for? I love this commercial, by the way. Oh, they cut off the Brady commercial. I love the Brady FTX commercial. So the thing is the fun matchup tonight to watch, one of the fun matchups that isn't necessarily like quarterback or wide receiver or, you know, one of the skill positions, is Fletcher Cox and Ali Marpet, because Fletcher should be lining up over Ali. I haven't watched it very much in this particular game so far, but Fletcher versus Ali is going to be a good one all night. All right, let's take a peek in. Did I do this right? Hang on one second. I want to try something. This doesn't seem to be loading the way that I want it to. Nope, same thing. Okay, never mind. I feel like they changed this tracker since the last time we did it. You think Eckler a top 5 running back thus far? I mean, if you're talking about in fantasy, I mean, yeah, probably. If you're talking about in real life, Eckler has a lot of value as a running back. I don't think that's a guy that's toting the rock, 20 or 25 times every game. I think that Eckler is the type of guy that you're gonna give it to. Eckler, to me, Eckler is the perfect type of running back for today's NFL, because you're not going to give him the ball 30 times. He's not going to take that beating every single week. What he is going to do is he can run it for you 15 to 20 times and be okay. And he's going to be dynamic. And he's also going to give you something in the pass game as well. So I think that's going to be huge. I think he's an absolute weapon for them. I do want to look at his usage and see. Let me see what the Chargers, because I don't know what the splits are. I know that he's the main running back, but I don't know. I haven't paid attention to what his splits are for their offense. I know in week 1 he wasn't used in the passing game at all. Actually, he has been used in the passing game nearly as much as what I thought he would. Eagles in a 2-by-1. Man, they are taking advantage of this zone. And Bowles is going to play this all night long. They're not going to change. Like, this is a let Jalen Hurts throw those deep passes, and we're going to run underneath of them. They should have had one on Jamel Dean, but Jamel Dean got turned around and let the wide receiver over top of him, because I think they're going to underestimate that speed for most of the game. So let's see. Eckler, 67 attempts. Larry Roundtree, 24. Herbert's had 19. Justin Jackson, 10. So, yeah, he's the main running back there. It's a 3/4. Whitehead might be our best cornerback, and he's a safety. You can't do that. So this is what I'm talking about with Sirianni play calling. So 3rd and 3, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 7. What every defense does, probably 90% of the time, it is a huge tendency, is they're going to sit at the sticks. And if you're going to run a pass, basically the Bucs receivers, even if they're in zone, are going to sit at that short sticks position, and they're going to undercut that route, knowing that you're going to have to get the ball out. So it doesn't make them think about it. All they got to do is follow the receiver and stay close to whatever receiver is right there in front of them for like 2 seconds. And that's what ends up causing Whitehead to be able to get in there. So the receiver sat down between 3 different Bucs players, but the play is so quick that he never got any particular separation. Now, it wasn't a particularly great throw by Jalen Hurts, which, again, the ball placement is a major problem for him, both close and down the field. He's not a particularly accurate passer. So that's a W for the Bucs whenever they can get into situations like that. And they're going to have to make plays on 3rd down. That's going to be the difference for the Eagles. If the Eagles can't convert on 3rd down, like the Eagles aren't going to get huge plays. I shouldn't say that, because the speed is going to be an issue. Speed is definitely going to be an issue. The Eagles shouldn't be able to get huge plays because Jalen Hurts underthrows those deep routes so much. And it's such a trend with him that the Bucs should be able to prey on it. And then beyond that, if the Bucs are able to sit on those short little routes on 3rd down, that's like Sirianni's going to come up with something more clever than that. Way more clever. The RPOs are that's a great thing for them to run on 3rd down, because it's gonna neutralize the Bucs front and not let them be able to get pressure. And those edge guys are basically going to block themselves out of it. Now you've got Jalen Hurts using his best weapon, which is his legs. And you've got potentially using Miles Sanders when it looks like it's a good play for the offense. And then if you have those shorter routes, now all of a sudden they've got to be covered for a little bit longer, because you've bought some time with the RPO for it to develop. And that's going to allow Jalen Hurts to, 1, see it, 2, have more space to throw the ball, and 3, it's going to make it harder on the secondary to cover that for just a little bit longer. I'm surprised that they don't run RPO on pretty much every 3rd down, especially short 3rd downs, for the rest of the night. Gabe, this is not NFL related, but I saw $170 parking for the baseball game tonight. That's ridiculous. I know they do like close to the stadium for Bucs games, for regular season Bucs games, it's $50. Last year for the Super Bowl, I saw it for $200. I think there was one even for like $250, but that was in those houses like right there by the stadium. All right, heavy set. So 2 tight ends. This is where they like to run play action. Rojo's in the game, so they might actually run it here. But this is where they love to run play action and throw deep. Yep. First down. If that's Lenny Fournette, I'm probably betting that's play action and throw deep. Donovan Smith is such a big dude. He's got feet like cinder blocks though, man. He's just a little slow. Swing pass. Oh. I love whenever cornerbacks celebrate better than anybody in the NFL. Because a quarterback can overthrow a guy by 40 yards, and the cornerback is still going to celebrate like he did something. Brown slips here and is falling down to the ground, and this cornerback's like, yeah, look at the tackle I just made. I will say he did beat the offensive lineman to the spot, so he deserves a little bit of celebration there. 3 stack on the top. Somebody's running the seam. Yep. Oh, didn't get there. All right, if you're the Bucs here, do you go for it? Tampa Bay should go for it. I mean, I don't think the Bucs are stopped. I'd love to see BA have the guts to go for this one. BA probably punts it here. It seems like BA would typically punt here. And then Brady asked for the clock to get pushed. Yep, here comes the punt team. Man, you could... That was a great tackle crossover. He held on for dear life, too. They called the timeout, one, because it's first half and the timeout's not as important. And they're in a spot, and Gabe, I'm with you. You have Bradley Pinion. Pinion still probably puts it inside the 20 from back there. But those 5 yards in this particular spot ends up being a difference between for Pinion ends up being the difference between inside the 20 and inside the 5. Anywhere else in the field, I get it. Watch, Pinion's going to be able to put this probably inside the 10 from here. Question is can he get it there without getting a return on it? Pinion's a weapon, man. Pinion's the best punter in the NFL. Oh, didn't really catch that one. Yeah, that wasn't a Pinion bomb by any means. That felt like he was trying to get some more air on it. That was a solid punt, but he was trying to get more air on that than he was trying to put it in a position to be successful. Whoa, did that? Did I just see that truck have a speaker system in it? Wow. Ben Baldwin, 4th down bot, has toss up to go for it. It's in a tough spot, right? And this is right. Like I don't crush coaches for saying hey, it's gotta be within the context of the game, because it absolutely does. It's just most of the coaches that say that, the way they mean it is the numbers don't tell you what to do because they don't know what's actually going on the field. So my bad was for the Philly one. Oh, you know what? I should have Twitter up for this, actually. It would be way more fun to be on Twitter and be talking with you guys too. Let's see. 4th down bot. Oh. Let's see. Beep beep. I am fourth down bot. Tampa Bay 4th and 1 at the Tampa Bay 42. Recommendation strong. Go for it. 2.8 points added. They punted 41. So 83% or 86% win percentage if they go for it, 83% punt success percentage. So here's the thing. They calculate the success percentage as going for it at 75%. So and the difference is if they by punting it, their win percentage is 83. By failing, their win percentage is 80. I think that's the other thing that we don't look at enough is if they do miss it, what does that do? Right? Like we always like to look at it as okay, if they get it, it's at 86%. If they punt it, it's 83. Okay, well that's great, but how bad does it hurt? Right? Yeah, that was I think that was it was like 4th and 2 at first, and then they moved it up a little bit. All right, so here's where they like to go RPO. 2 backs in there. Yep, swing pass, good play. Oh, make that tackle. Comerica, I see the toss up, but the Bucs offense is far above league average, so I probably don't toss up. So I'd probably say toss up should mean go for it. That's exactly right. That's what they're talking about in terms of context, right? Like I don't see the Eagles stopping the Bucs for a yard. Now, anything can happen on any play. One guy misses a block, Fletcher Cox does something random, gets through. But like, yeah, like when Brady's throwing the ball, just put it on the edge and put the ball in his hands. Got him. Nice hustle and maintained by Barrett there. He had to run all the way across the field. He had to run 40 yards for that sack. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough, Gabe. Not technically a sack. Man, if the Bucs had anybody but Cockrell in there, they would be I wouldn't feel so bad about this secondary. He's a hometown, like people here love him, but Bucs in that 2 deep shell. Oh, they were playing everything under there. So that was weird. So the Bucs must have known something specific there. So if you look at the Bucs safeties in the corners, look how far off they're playing in that particular play. There's some weird tendency that they identified because they're all 15 to 20 yards off the line of scrimmage on a 3rd and 5 play. That makes my spidey sense tingle because why most of the time they would sit at the sticks for that, but they did not sit at the sticks on that particular play. Didn't see a replay. Thought I saw a guy open. Jalen passed off on 2nd down, passed off a shorter throw. Yeah. So Jalen is Jalen's got a lot of growing to do. We'll put it like that. I'm reading through Twitter. So I love Twitter because they often give you second looks at plays and stuff. Like going back and looking at the 4th and 2 for the Bucs, it was definitely 4th and 1. It was just over a yard. Philly should not take a QB in this draft, in my opinion. They need a lot more, plus give some more time for Hurts. It's hard, man. It's hard, Gabe, right? Like, I mean, I don't It depends. So the thing is, Gabe, is it depends on one, where you pick, and two, um, what how much progress. Like we're in week 5, week 6 of the NFL season. Like we're not. There's still 10 more games to go for everybody. 11 more games to go for everybody, right? So we're not even close. Well, 12 more games actually. So we're not even close to the end of the season. And what steps can Jalen make? What can they figure out about Jalen? We'll have a much better picture in 12 games. We don't have to make that decision tonight, right? Jalen does need a lot of growth. There are certain things in his game that are very hard to fix at the NFL level. Not impossible. Like, I'll never say anything's impossible after watching some of the throws that Josh Allen used to make, and now all of a sudden he is like a phenomenal NFL quarterback. He had no business being able to make some of the throws that he makes now because he was so awful previously. Philly should let's see. Yeah, I agree. Just thinking about this draft class is the best either. That's the other thing, right? Is the draft class any good? And supposedly, and again, I haven't looked at it, but supposedly in the NFL or in the draft class this year, the QBs are not very good. Fletcher Cox seems to be not impactful in this game so far. Yeah, we're definitely. I mean, you definitely don't want to take Jalen out this year. Now, does it change if Jalen were to get hurt tonight and not be able to play? What does that look like? And the other thing is I also think that with Jalen in particular, you have a solid offensive line, and that's going to give him an opportunity to be successful. If he's not successful behind a good offensive line, that's not a good indication of what he needs to be good behind bad offensive line. Not like terrible, not like Zach Wilson playing behind the Jets offensive line right now, but if he can't succeed behind this offensive line, it's going to be hard for other teams to want to take a chance on him. 3rd and 4. Eagles going to squat at that first down marker. Yep. Exactly what happened on the first one. I don't know that he got that. I'm going to need to see that. He looked like he tried to cradle that a little bit too much. Nah, ball moves too much. This won't be the angle. That's probably an interception. If they called an interception on the field, that's going to stay. Philly really lacks an intermediate passing game. They do crossover. So that's the problem is when you try to get Jalen thrown into the windows and that's in the intermediate area, he doesn't read it and anticipate it enough because throws there have to be anticipated. You can't wait to see a guy open and then throw it in the intermediate area, right? That is all anticipation. You have to throw it into the window before the guy gets there. Jalen's not there yet. That's not a strength for Jalen. And his ball placement isn't particularly great. I don't think they call that very much simply because they know that that's not a strength of his game. That's probably putting it in a bad position, basically in a position for him to not be successful. Yeah, so I think Brady on that particular play, Brady he looked 2 receivers to his left. First one wasn't open, and then he waited for Brate to get open. Problem is like I said, whenever it's 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, what do? Those linebackers are squatting on that particular position, and then anybody that comes close, they're sticking tight to him. And that's exactly what happened. Ball comes off of Brate's hands, ends up with a pick. Surprised they don't run more play action crossers with the speed they have, but you're right about Jalen. So Um, the one thing I will say is if you're going to run those, you're right. If you're going to run those crossers, it's got to be off play action and probably roll out because you've got to give him enough time to see it and throw it at the same time, not just throw it before he sees it, right? And when you're moving with it, then those windows stay open a little bit longer and he can see it a little bit better as everything's moving in together. So, yeah, 100%. That's the way to do it. I think the linebacker tipped it. Yeah, I think the linebacker got in there, got his hand on it, and then it popped out off of Brate's hands into the second linebacker or safety. That was a safety or a corner. Joe Banner, every Tampa handoff is a gift to the Eagles, same as last week. Can't cover it all, and pressure is pretty good, but far from excellent. We need a lot more of that, a lot more of that. Oh, okay. Mike Pereira says it's not an INT. I would call that an interception. Yeah, for me, that's got to stand. Look, here's the thing. I don't know what the hell the refs are gonna do. They get it wrong on the field. They get it wrong in the booth. I've seen them get it right on the field and they get reviewed, and then it gets overturned to the wrong thing. So I don't know what the hell they're looking at. Yeah, Prayer surprised me by that too. By the time the ball moves, it looks like both hands are cradled underneath. So, I mean, you can make the case that ball's on the ground and that it moves, but to me, like it looks like he's got possession. Eventually, they're gonna have to make a call. Arians is hot as he always is. Oh, so wait, so Sirianni now doesn't have the Sirianni doesn't have the highlighters. Nope, linebacker never got there. And by the way, that's probably pass interference. Yeah, that's pass interference. By the way, because he's got that back arm wrapped around Brait. Oh, that makes sense. That's probably why they're taking so much time. Yeah, so usually whenever yeah, they're telling Nick Sirianni now. He's not happy. Right now they're looking at the time, they're looking at the ball placement, all of that good stuff. Gonna be some disappointment. Sorry, Sexy. Sexy, if you're still in here. Sexy might be mad at me for talking bad about his Eagles. I say he. It might be it might be a she. I shouldn't say that. One of the officials takes notes. Looks like an overturn based on that. Yeah, for sure. I mean, either way, it's a missed third down, right? BS. Sorry, Sexy. I was sympathizing with you there. That's why I thought about you. I'm like, man, he's gonna be mad. Yeah, I think it should have been left, Sexy. I would have left it. It's weird to me because they're like, oh, we want to leave it on the field as more often than not, and for some reason they're like, no, we're just gonna do this. Thanks, Gabe. I appreciate that. I always try to be fair. To me, it's like we gotta. Like, it doesn't. One of the things that I learned about working in the NFL is whenever you're a fan of a team, you are naturally biased towards them, and there's just no way for you to not have fair assessments if you're too bought in to the team, and you have to be willing to rethink anything that you thought before. All right, 3-by-1, tight end on the bottom. Yep, run into that side. Oh, so Bowles clearly has the play calling advantage on Sirianni right now. Anytime Sirianni tries to do anything cute, it's not working. Why are we talking about when the clock runs right now, Aikman? Nobody cares if the clock's. It's 8.5 minutes left in the second quarter. Nobody cares about the clock running. And they probably want the clock to run because they don't want the Tampa offense on the field any more than it has to be. Oh, man, if Sanders had an angle route there. Nice throw, Hurts. Hurts to Hurts. Who was that? Was that Devin White on him? Yep. It was a good route by Ertz. Ertz left Devin White behind him on the cut. Did you guys see how much space there was in the middle of the field there on that play? Everything was outbreaking there, which isn't a terrible idea whenever you have a running quarterback. Oh, got it. There it is. He didn't underthrow that one, but Jamel Dean got under that one. Oh, there's one. The question isn't when, or isn't if, but when and how many. Starter Ertz is a sleeper with Goddard out. I mean, he's probably the guy that's going to get the catches later whenever they start needing to throw 75 times. I saw your quote tweet on Hurts from Brant. I don't disagree with either. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know what Hurts is going to be. Again, we still have 11 games, 12 games to be able to 12 and a half games to be able to decide. But there's a lot of growth that's needed. Oh, I'm not sure that was the right throw anyways, but Brady getting hit probably helped. Going in and stack a wide receiver like that is smart versus Tampa Bay secondaries are not the best, but like that, a bad throw. So stacks are better whenever you're going against man because it makes it harder for the corners to trail the guys. Against zone, it's not a huge advantage, but it is a little bit of a help. All right, so they're in zone because they got a corner out there on Lenny. Easy throw and catch. Anytime you see the running back motion out to the edge and the corner goes from whatever receiver he's on to then out to the outside, that's always going to be zone. And it's terrific for the offense because now you've got a corner on a running back, which means you have one less corner on an actual wide receiver. And it usually creates a matchup advantage. Oh, this looks like a run. Yep. Get a first down, run it to Lenny. Looked like Dean was getting up by the time he was touched. Blew that early. Yeah, I thought that, Comerica. I just didn't. I thought that it's not. I don't think it's going to matter in the long run. Tampa Bay is not the best in man. Yeah, no, not at all. Look how few people are. Well, they're spread out now. I love that play call. Oh my God, Brown made the wrong cut. If Brown makes one more cut and lets the O lineman do what he's supposed to do there and cuts back to the outside, that's 6 points. Oh, he just barely missed that one. Watch this guy that tackles him. If Brown cuts out half a step sooner, he's gone. Right here. Oh man. What a job by Jensen to get downfield, by the way. Play action. Yep. There's that heavy set play action. He wanted to throw it deep, but it wasn't there. Lenny is so hard to tackle in the open field. That right there, that's why I want Lenny in the game. You get Lenny to the edge, and he's hard to tackle. You run Lenny up the middle, and he's not good enough to juke out of it. Problem is Lenny's vision in between the tackles isn't terrific either. So, I was gonna say you could have thrown it to Brait there, but when Lenny catches the ball, he's impressive as a pass catcher. Nobody expects Lenny to be able to catch the ball, but he's 1,000 times better than Rojo. I thought that was an actual handoff to Godwin coming. So offenses will do that, right? They'll run that motion. They'll try to get a guy out of the box by running that motion with a guy like Godwin on that fly sweep or end around. And then later they'll actually give it whenever they've run it enough times that teams kind of stop guarding it or not concerned about it, and they'll run it one time, and then Godwin's going to be a step ahead and get to the edge. The Bucs love to do that. Not necessarily, they don't love to do it with Godwin. They love to do it with Antonio Brown. Screen. Tight end screen. There you go. That's the Howard we want to see. If you're Tampa Bay and have a chance to upgrade Rojo, would you? Absolutely, Gabe. Yes. Rojo's the second. He's the second running back on this team right now. Yeah, Rojo's he's the backup running back on this football team. Rojo is a decent runner, but he lacks vision. He can't catch the ball. He can't pass block, and he fumbles too much. Like, as a physical runner, he's not terrible. But if they just had Lenny and Gio, they don't necessarily need another running back. Gio is better than Rojo. Gio is a better all-around back. He offers more in what today's NFL needs, but as far as being a better runner, not necessarily. Gio's just it's hard to compare because they're a different style of runner. If they get inside the 10 here, let's start seeing what they do with Mike. They've got a safety over top of Mike and Godwin right now. Oh, he tried to squeeze it into Godwin. That was an easy read. So Brady knew he was going to one of the two. If the safety comes down on Godwin, then he's throwing to Evans, probably on a corner route. If the safety stays high like that, then Godwin on that comeback route is an easy throw for him. It was probably a little tighter than what he expected it to be. Lenny, you're going to get your shot here, brother. Oh, hard off the right side. They've got numbers off the right. Yep. Easy. There was a guy that, I don't know who that was that got into the backfield, but he couldn't make the tackle. That should have been a touchdown. If that guy doesn't get through, I don't know who squirted through for the Eagles, but if he doesn't get through, that's an easy touchdown for Fournette because he's got any lane that he wants right there. Sirianni needs to steal these screenplays from Arians. Sirianni needs to do. Here's the thing, Miles Sanders, he's dynamic as a runner. He's quick. He's fast. Like he's a big play waiting to happen. But you've got to scheme something up for him. First of all, you got to get him the ball. Like he can't have 10 touches every week. If he has 10 touches, that's hard to get going as a running back. You might get lucky here and there, and that might work against a bad team. But whenever you're playing a team like the Bucs, you're probably not going to run it that much. Every team has abandoned the run against the Bucs. They just don't even try because the Bucs have been so good against the run the last few years. Nobody even tries anymore, right? Like Cowboys completely abandoned the run against them, and for good reason, right? Because the Bucs went. The Bucs have Vita Vea in the middle, and they were just trying to get after the passer, and you're not going to be able to run on them a ton. And so because of that, they basically said, hey, we're going to leave Ezekiel Elliott in. He's going to be our sixth O lineman, catch any leaks by the O line, catch any extra blitzers, and they're going to be just fine. We'll be able to throw on them that way, right? So they did that against them. Atlanta decided that they wanted to use Cordero Patterson for good reason. The Rams basically said we don't necessarily need to run. Rams tried to run a little bit. They got to the edges a little bit, and got a couple of decent runs. But ultimately, they said, "Hey, we can throw it up to Deshaun Jackson 4 times, and he'll catch one of them, and that's going to be plenty." And then New England basically said, "We're going to just throw it short every time," and Miami was a disaster. So like nobody's even trying to run against the Bucs right now. They're, like it's not even part of the game plan. And if I'm looking at the stats tonight, let's see. Let me do game tracker. This was so much better last week. I don't know why this has changed this week. One rushing yards for Miles Sanders. Oh, they let Fournette do it. So anytime you see the Bucs get inside the 5, one of the things to always look for is to see if there's single coverage on Mike Evans, ball's going to him. But they had an extra safety over top there. He hit the hole. That was a good push by the offensive line, but there's a huge hole right on that side of like right there by look how far Wirfs gets his first block in the end zone. When Wirfs doesn't have to block anybody until he's in the end zone, that's never a good thing for the defense. Well, 21-7. Eagles are going to need to figure out something to do here. I still can't figure out. There's not a logical reason to me that I notice, like any particular changes that the Bucs do on defense from the first drive to like the third or fourth or fifth drive. I don't get like why they are always giving up yards and points on the first drive, on the first 2 drives, and then from there, it's shut down city. Arcega-Whiteside. Sexy, I am hoping for an Arcega-Whiteside TD for you. TB's on pace to break 2,000 Ravens rushing record. Yeah, because that's interesting, Gabe, because nobody's running against them. Brady, the best sneak guy ever. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Or he's like, oh, you need a big quarterback to be able to do this. No, you don't. You need a guy that knows how to get into that tiny little crevice that they're going to create for you. And he can do it high, he can do it low. That's the difference. Philly can get the 2-for-1 here. Who got the ball first? Yeah, Bucs did get it. Yeah, exactly. So if they can get even 3 points here, it's big, right? Because then they potentially get to 17. Then they potentially get to 17-21 after the first drive. Now they're into the third quarter feeling like they're still in the game. I think that's big for them. All right, sexy. Let's see if Artega Whiteside. Oh, what a terrible route by Ertz right there. Ertz runs into the linebacker and then just kind of turns around and doesn't really do anything. Sexy, I'm so sorry you came to a Bucs guy to stream the game. Yeah, Goddard's hurt, and I haven't seen the other tight end. Oh man, Devin White wanted to pop Hurts so bad there. Stotts, yeah, that's right. Sorry, I don't know who your third string tight end is. I know a lot of NFL players, but the third string tight end of the Eagles isn't one I had gotten to yet. I thought Ertz and Goddard would be enough. If I'm the Eagles, well, it's too late now. It's third and 6. Oh, he's got that hook. Oh, he missed him. He missed the hook. Oh my God, Jalen. He missed his. Jalen doesn't even know what he's seeing right now. This is one of the poorer games that I've seen from Jalen. I don't know who the receiver was at the top of the screen, but he's got a 12-yard hook that comes back to him and is wide open if he hits it on time. All right, so let's talk about this for a second, right? This is something that we didn't get to talk about with Trey Lance. So one of the things whenever I went back and watched the Trey Lance game, and I think he's a great example of this because he's so new, and I just saw it with Jalen. Is ball's out, but lucky he was down already. Honestly, I hope we get Deshaun Watson and trade Jalen. I mean, we'll see. Gabe, give me a second. I'll answer your UK question in a second. Let me so with Lance, one of the things that I noticed this week is every play has time. Every pass play has timing to it, right? So when a play comes in, there's a number of steps that particular play has on the drop back. 3-step, 5-step, 7-step. You've heard that, right? And I don't know. Again, I don't know who's in here, so I'm just explaining this for anybody that may be in here. If it's a 3-step, it's a quick throw. 1, 2, 3, ball comes out. If it's 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ball comes out. A little bit longer, and then 7-step, obviously longer. And there's a distance to that, right? So every step is 1.5 to is like 1 to 1.5 yards. There's a spot that the quarterback gets to, and based on the play call and the depth of the drop, the tackles, everything's tied together, right? The tackles know how far back the QB is supposed to be, right? They know how far back. So on a 7-step drop, they know it's going to be 10 to 12 yards. They know that that's where the quarterback's going to be, and they block based on where that spot is supposed to be. Now the routes are all based off of that particular drop, and they're going to be different, staggered a little bit, right? So you've got one. If it's a 3-step drop, you've probably got two routes that are right there at that 2-step drop. Oh, Brady missed. Was that tipped? That seemed weird. It came out of his hand funny. Maybe his finger got on that one. So on a 3-step drop, you're probably going to have 2 of the receivers that have very quick, like slant routes, basically, or in breaking routes. Hit that little 1, 2, 3, ball comes out, right? It's got to be quick. And then they're also going to have a couple of other routes built behind that are going to be like a 1, 2, 3. That's not there. Go look for something else. Go look to the next one. And then there's a progression. So all of those plays are built to work together, and all the routes are built on the timing. The blocking's built on the spot. Those have been 2 bad throws by Brady. I don't know what's up. Those both came out weird too. So with that, right, all the timing's built together, the routes are built together, all of that. Jalen and Lance, what I just saw from them is once they hit their drop, they don't necessarily know where to go with the ball. They look to where they think they need to go, and then from there, it feels chaotic. And they're natural. And Brady going up top. Nope. Brady and Brown not on the same page there. Okay. Yeah, just go down, bro. There you go. Arm punt. That's exactly what that was. But it wasn't a very deep punt. So Jalen and Trey Lance are dropping back and they're hitting that spot. And then from there, they're going, okay, it's not there. Now what do I do? And they got to get to that second part of it. And sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. What I saw from Trey Lance this week was his natural instincts was kicking in and he was wanting to run and he's trying to fight those instincts. Sometimes he just did it and just naturally took off and ran. Like his first throw or his first run, dropped back, wasn't there, took off running immediately. And now he's trying to fight those instincts to stay in the pocket. But when he's fighting those instincts, he has to think about it so hard that he loses all concentration on everything else that's in front of him. And he loses sight of what's in front of him. And so it's going to be a progression for him to get there. Jalen Hurts should be a little bit further along in that, but there are certain timed routes that he should be going here, here, here. And on that third down, he missed the comeback. Like he had the two routes right in front of him, and the whole read was to the left side of the field. They had a 3-by-1 set. Whole read was to the left side. Two short routes weren't there. That long one, he should have been click, click. Okay, I got it. And see that guy coming because the safety was over top of him. He should have known, throw it on time, and the ball's there. That's an easy first down and move. Good quarterbacks will hit that, but that's a hard thing to do in the NFL. I'm not saying that Jalen isn't a good quarterback because he can't do that, but the top level quarterbacks will hit that consistently. So that's a good like teaching play for Jalen to say, all right, here's what you did. You've got to get from 1 to 2 to 3 a lot faster. Like you hit the top of your route, you got to do it. But for him, what kicks in is he wants to start moving his feet because he wants to start running, which is naturally drops the eyes of a guy like that. It's just one of the things that they do because they're looking for the run lanes instead of for the pass lanes. And then by the time he looks up, that guy was already covered. Like I think he saw him late. And I wish I could go back and see that play, but that's definitely one I'm going to go back and look at on film and say, all right, what exactly happened here? And did I see this the right way? And what did he miss on this particular play? All right. Phil, UK, Georgia. Gabe, I was born and raised outside of Lexington, Kentucky, in the hills of Kentucky. Country boy at heart who has followed Kentucky football forever. Outside of the Tim Couch, Hal Mummy years, there was not good football in Kentucky. And that has left me to believe that there's no good football. This can't be a good weekend for us. I don't know. Maybe it is. Mark Stoops has done amazing things with the program, though. I'll give him that. So that right there is the best throw not that particular throw, but all night, that's the throw Jalen has hit. Those deep outs, those are the ones he seems to be getting. Well, that's pass interference. Oh, that's an incomplete pass, first of all. Second of all, it's also pass interference. Yeah, that's definitely an incomplete pass. I think they should rule it complete simply because they missed the pass interference, but that's not how the NFL works. Eagles getting a field goal on this drive. 38 seconds. I don't know. That's tough. Yeah, I think they make it a low-scoring game versus Georgia, but I don't know if they can score. That's the problem. That front, so from what I've been told, again, college football is the only college football I watch these days is Kentucky or potentially Florida if the wife wants to watch them because she's a Gator. From what I've been told, the Georgia front seven is basically an NFL front seven. Now that's an exaggeration because it's almost impossible for that to be the case, but it sounds like there's a lot of NFL players there. Deep out to Ertz over there on the left. Ertz comes back. Nope, throws it away. Kentucky has a ton of defensive players and offensive linemen scattered throughout the NFL. And they're typically good players. I mean, there's a ton of defensive players from Kentucky in the NFL right now. Here's the thing. So Kentucky can complete an easy pass. The problem is that Levis is he's not consistently completing those deep passes and intermediate passes. Oh, good angle, Tryon. Man, what a good play by Tryon. So first of all, Jalen's got to know better. Jalen's swimming right now. Jalen doesn't know what he's doing. And it's not necessarily a knock on Jalen. This is what Todd Bowles' defense can do to people, especially young quarterbacks. But Jalen's not seeing what he needs to see, and he's not making good decisions. The game is bigger than what he can do right now. This particular game. Because Jalen normally is smart enough to say, hey, you know what? I need to slide. But in that particular instance, he's like, I need to slide and keep the clock running. But then in that particular instance, he's like, nah, I'm just going to run out of bounds so I don't get tackled. That's not typically what he does. Will Tom Brady run for 10 plus yards here? I mean, maybe in the game. I don't know about this particular drive. He did it last week to set up the field goal. Yeah. I mean, there's potential for it, but it's not something he typically does. That would be betting on the not natural to happen. Okay. Oh, Gio. They had that blocked up perfectly, and Gio couldn't get his feet under him. Yeah, they're going to let the clock tick down now. Smart play call by Leftwich to say, hey, let's see if the screen goes for anything and if we can get some distance. And if so, we'll push it. But then that's it. Yep. Halftime. That'll do. That'll do. All right. Halftime. I wish I'd left something to talk about with you guys. All right, let's see. Team leaders. I don't know what I clicked on to get here. I'm pretty sure Mike Evans. Oh, this is okay. Never mind. I was like, I'm pretty sure this is not tonight's game. Mike Evans does not have 300 yards. I hate this little tracker. Why is this like this? This was so much better last week. They changed something. All right, let's see. Let's see standings. Dallas is 4-1. Only lost to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Washington is second in that division, huh? 2-3. What a terrible division that is. Lucky for Dallas. Remember when people said Washington might win that division? Myself being one of them. And then as the season started, we were all like, okay, maybe Philly's got a shot. No, now it's just Dallas. Bucs are 4-1. Carolina's 3-2. New Orleans 3-2. Bucs clearly the front runners in this division. The only thing stopping them is themselves. Obviously the Rams game was not good, but I think they bought into not being able to throw. They tried to run the ball too much in that game as well. Carolina, we're gonna find out something about Carolina this week. This is a big matchup for them because for me, I think Carolina last week we were like, okay, so first of all, against Dallas, we're like, okay, can they hang with Dallas? And the answer was just, no, absolutely not. And then last week it was the Eagles, and they started off well in the first half, and then they hit some bumps in that particular game. And I, after watching that game back, I'm not sure that Philly or Carolina either deserve to win that game, because it just was not. I don't think either team played well in that game on offense or defense. It was pretty much like, hey, it's. I think it was back-to-back drives where Jalen threw a pick and then Darnold threw a pick, or vice versa, and then there was the sack in the end zone that turned into a fumble that should have been 6 points that ends up as a safety, and then Carolina can't get extra points off of that. Like it was just not a pretty game whatsoever. And I don't feel like, crossover, you're right, Darnold and Hurts were both bad last week, but I don't feel like it was one of those things where I'm like, the defenses were good. I feel like it was a situation where neither team just could get anything going. Neither one played good in any phase of the game. And that's how it ends up as a 21-18 game. So I'm not sure Carolina is the real deal. New Orleans is Jekyll and Hyde. It's an odd week, so that means they should be bad this week. No, even week. So that means that they should be good, or they should be bad this week. So they were good in week 1, bad in week 2, good in week 3, bad in week 4, good in week 5. Right? Like that's how the Saints have gone this season so far. They're 3-2 because they just came off of an odd week. They beat Green Bay in week 1. They lost to Carolina week 2. They beat New England in week 3. Lost to the New York Giants in week 4. Lost to the New York Giants. That was the Giants' first win, only win. And then they beat Washington last week. So it's not like they're playing it's not like they're losing to good teams and beating bad teams. They're just really bad against in even weeks for whatever reason. So it's going to be a fight for second for Carolina and New Orleans. Neither one of them look like they're worthy opponents of the Bucs at this point, and we'll have to see how that grows throughout the season, because either one of these teams could grow into a solid team. Like if Jameis figures it out, if they figure out the run game, their offensive line gets healthy, the cornerbacks get healthy, like they can still be they get Onyemata back. Like New Orleans still probably is the better team of the two. But there's a potential battle here. And for this particular week, like Carolina against Minnesota, it's a 50-50 game. And this is a game that they need to win. So we'll see how this goes. But Atlanta's clearly last in this division. They're not going to win any big games. They're probably picking in the top 5, maybe better. The West, man. The West is insane. I mean, when you've got San Francisco and Seattle sitting at 2 and 3 and could potentially be better. Now, we'll say neither one of these teams' play has impressed me. How would you evaluate Kyle Shanahan so far this season? Let me go through the top 3 teams in the West, and then I'll tell you. So Arizona 5-0. Let's be honest, they've escaped a couple of games where they probably should have lost, particularly against Minnesota, where Minnesota missed a short field goal. So they really probably should be 4-1, but they come out with a win in that game, and the only undefeated team right now. I feel like they're playing on the edge of good football, right? Like they're teetering on the edge of it being a little bit too aggressive. I know they're 5-0. I'm still not a huge believer in them yet. Like I'm not sure this is the best team. I know they thumped the Rams, but I'm still not sure this is the best team in the West. And I think that's a long season and a very brutal West. Injuries are going to play a big part. Arizona could potentially be 5-1 this week after playing Cleveland because they're so banged up. No Chandler Jones, no Rodney Hudson. We'll with the Rams. I still think the Rams are for real. I think they ran into a buzzsaw and got outplayed against the Cardinals. But I think every week they're going to come in well prepared, be able to do a good amount against it. Like, they're going to be able to win against pretty much anybody that they face. Seattle is a big question mark to me. I don't necessarily know what's up with Seattle. Obviously not having Russ for a few weeks is going to be painful. I think that's a big thing for them. And Gino looked good in his being called out of the bullpen last week. I think that was promising for them. I think they're going to have to get back to basic fundamental football. The defense isn't very good, though. The defense is something that they're going to have to figure out. They can't pass rush. They can't really cover. Linebackers aren't really playing terrifically well. Like, they're not terrible, but they're also not good. So, and again, Seattle's defense has been on the field more than any other defense in the NFL, and that's not particularly ideal for them. So I think for me, the clear path forward without Russ is to run the ball more. And I think that's what Seattle wants to do anyways. So I think that's what you're looking for in the near future while Gino's in there. I saw people talking about like, oh, I think they're going to have to open up the offense with Gino. Why? I don't understand that whatsoever. San Francisco. So here's the thing. So what I'll say is last weekend was really enlightening for me, crossover. Since you asked the question of what I think about Kyle so far this season. So whenever I was evaluating the 49ers with Jimmy G, I was putting a lot of it on Jimmy G and saying, you know what, Jimmy's missing throws. He's not really seeing it real well. Like, it's not clear to him. He's not fully, it's just not clicking for him and the offense all in total. And I thought that was on Jimmy, and I was ready to put it on Jimmy. And I think part of that was my affinity for Kyle Shanahan, because I'm a Shanahan homer. I believe that he's called some of the best offenses that I've seen in the last couple of years. Now, this week, whenever I saw the switch to Trey Lance, I was expecting some minor adjustments in the offense. And that was not the case. This was the full Shanahan, I'm giving you everything I got with different formations and 12 motions before the play. Like, this was everything that he got. He ran back out there with Trey Lance. And the problem is that Trey Lance was swimming a little bit. Like, he was just treading water, trying to keep it all together. And that amount of information of him needing to be able to process before the snap of his own offense basically took him out of being able to read what the defense was doing. Like, it's hard for him to look at the defense when he's got 3 motions to make on a play before the snap. And then he's got to make sure everybody's in the right position and then look up at the defense with less than 5 seconds on the play clock, figure out what they're doing in conjunction with making all the calls that he has before the snap. And then after the snap, it didn't change. He didn't change anything after the snap either, Shanahan. Like, it was still complicated. It was still the Shanahan offense. And it made it really hard for Trey Lance. He was treading water. He was trying to figure out everything on the fly, and he's just not there yet. It's not firing for him yet. Now, is that good or is that bad for Trey Lance? Well, it clearly didn't work out very well last week, but by throwing him into the deep end, this is the way for him to figure out how to swim the fastest, right? Like, if normally I'm like, hey, let's ease them into this, but if you take away a lot of the elements of Shanahan's offense that would make it easier for Trey Lance to learn, it kind of neuters the offense. It kind of neuters what they do. Like, there's less, like, that motion and the matchups that it creates and the things that it identifies is one of the big parts about why this offense is successful. So for me, it's Shanahan is putting a lot on his offense right now. And it's not just Trey Lance. Like, I said it on Twitter earlier, like, it's watching Alex Mack call out some of the wrong adjustments. And somebody tweeted at me today or sent me a DM that said that the 49ers don't allow them to change protection. Shanahan doesn't allow whether it's Alex Mack or Trey Lance to change protections. That's not what I saw. I need to go ask somebody that watches the 49ers every week and follows them to see if that's the case, because I don't know. I can't tell from one game. It looked like to me that Alex Mack was the one identifying who the mic was and tilting protection to one side or another. And that was something that I saw him shift to. He called it to the right. He called the Mike backer to the right, and it left a free rusher multiple times. And a couple of times they shifted the wrong way, and it left a free runner up the middle. And I think that's the ask of this offense is, hey, I'm going to throw everything on you, and you guys got to figure it out. But I think it's made them look very clunky so far and not in sync. And I was ready to put that on Jimmy G, and people are going to continue to put that on Trey Lance. But I think that's mostly on Shanahan. Because if he's not willing to dial it back a little bit and help his quarterback out, it's still going to continue to look that way until Trey Lance gets there. Now, does that get Lance there faster? I don't know. That's hard to say. Now, let's throw in some weird if, right? Some if. So everybody said, hey, 49ers are moving up for Mac Jones, right? Well, apparently the story is that Kyle Shanahan wanted the 49ers to move up for Mac Jones. John Lynch and the assistant GM for the 49ers said, hey, we're moving up, but it's going to be for Trey Lance. And basically they said Shanahan fought for Mac Jones. They ended up saying, no, we're going to get Trey Lance. And they eventually had to get Kyle Shanahan on the same page with them for drafting Trey Lance. Now, if you want to look at this from a nefarious point of view, it could be that Kyle Shanahan is saying, look, this guy can't run my offense. I told you guys this. I don't think that's the case, but that was something that somebody had brought up to me in conversation, is that Kyle wouldn't be too pissed if this didn't fail and he had to keep Jimmy G, because the Shanahans are very proud people and want to be right a lot. So what a grab by Ertz. So that's I think I've got to put it more on Shanahan after watching the game this week. And I'm fascinated to see how this progresses going forward, but that's my thing. That's my thing. We're back to the game. So let's go back through. We'll go back through all of these. So Green Bay 4-1, probably well ahead of this division. Chicago's looked better the last 2 weeks. Minnesota, I still think, is a good team. They're better than their 2-3 record. Detroit might go 0-16 because that defense is so bad. Vita Vea is a man. Oh my God. Vita Vea is not just a man. He's two men bundled into one. Beats a double team, comes through, grabs Miles Sanders, who probably feels like he ran into a brick wall, but it was really just Vita Vea's arm. Unbelievable. NFL top lawyer might be gone. Interesting. Curious as to why that is. I'll have to look at that in the second game. Jalen Hurts going, hey, there's that deep hook and that deep out, man. That's what he keeps trying to throw. And that's what they keep asking him to throw. Ball's going to be out now. Okay, not bad. But man, look at that ball placement. That's inside. That's an interception. Yep. Smith is playing defense. He's like, hey, I got to knock this down so he doesn't get it. It's not about me catching it. Smith actually turned DB there. Yep, nailed it, Comerica. All right, Chargers. Chargers to me, Chargers my Super Bowl pick right now, by the way. 4-1. I think they're the best team in the NFL. I think the defense has some problems. They've got to figure out how to stop some people, but God, that offense is a lot of fun. Denver, we don't know what they are yet. Vegas, we don't know what they are yet. That's going to be a fun matchup this week. I don't know how you call that game. There's so many variables to that game. Vegas basically call it a new coaching staff. because the head coach is switched. The offensive coordinator is now actually the offensive coordinator because Gruden was the offensive coordinator. Denver played a preseason schedule to get to 3-0 and then lost to Baltimore. And Teddy got knocked out at halftime, so that's not really a fair assessment of them. And then they lost to a not very good Steelers team last week, but Steelers kind of figured it out in the run game. So weird. It's hard. Buffalo is a damn good football team. Had that weird week 1 loss to Steelers that we just got to chalk up to volatility of week 1. New England's not very good. I think 2-3 is even favorable for them. I mean, I guess it's fair since they're probably like a 7-10 team, maybe 8-9 if they get if they can get into the right schedule, and have a few things. Miami 1-4. Miami's better than 1-4, but I do also think that they have a chance to lose against the Jaguars this weekend. So, how good can they really be? Jets are probably picking in the top 3. The AFC South is abysmal. Indy won their first game, but then played very, very well against Baltimore. So it's hard to know what they are. Houston's second in the division at 1-4. Like you have one team that has 3 wins. The rest of the division has 2. And even then, look at this. Even the points for, even the point spread, Tennessee is only +2. Everybody else is super negative. This is just bad. As good as the NFC West is, the AFC South is bad, bad, bad. Tennessee is probably going to come out of here. Nobody else is in there to talk about. Indy's probably going to climb to that second spot. And then we got the AFC North, which could end up being a fun race to the end. Because Baltimore's 4-1, Cleveland's 3-2, deserves to be 4-1, but man, they've had a brutal schedule. Baltimore's played a pretty tough schedule too, so let's not sleep on that. And then Cincinnati's 3-2, probably should have beaten. Wait, am I thinking about that right? They could have beaten Green Bay last week. They probably should have lost to Minnesota, but they probably should have beaten Chicago. Basically, the Bengals games have gone the opposite of probably what they should have been, other than that Jacksonville game. I don't know. You could probably say that about the Jacksonville game, too. Steelers game is the only one where they really won outright, so we'll have to see. So Cincinnati's pretty good. Cleveland and Baltimore is going to be running this division. I still expect Cleveland, Baltimore. One of those are going to get the wild card in the AFC. Pittsburgh still doesn't feel like a good team. So if we're talking AFC wild card, we got one from the north, probably one from the west. You know what's crazy to me? Whenever I watch that comeback from Brady, Brady's ball looks so much. He looks like he has so much more arm than what Jalen Hurts does, even just on a little comeback route. Third and 1. Yeah, so whenever the Bucs have a major tendency that they've got to break. So when they bring those receivers in, they'll come in 11 personnel because they like to try to keep the defense in a smaller personnel package. They like to keep them in nickel and run against that because Lenny's much, much better about that. When they bring those, they're in 11 personnel, but they bring those guys tighter. Wherever the extra receiver is, that's the side that they run to. They almost never run off the weak side. They're not afraid. They believe that their wide receivers are big enough and strong enough to block the corners that are over there. Draw play. The Eagles are spreading it out. Anytime the Bucs go into light personnel, into 3 or 4 receivers, the Eagles are going even lighter. They're inviting the run right now. And this is what teams do to try to keep the ball out out of Tom Brady's hands. It's basically their way of taking the ball out of Tom Brady's hands when he's on offense. They let Leftwich call these plays. NFC West and AFC South are aligned this year, so those disparities will only increase. Oh, that's a good point, Krameric. I hadn't thought about that. I didn't realize that they played each other like that. Burnett's having a good night. Not just running the ball, but catching the ball. Read the New York Times at a TV timeout or something. Oh, that's right, Gabe. I gotta do this. Had a cozy relationship with Washington team president. Oh my God. Can we talk about something? Can we talk about how, hang on, we'll talk about it after this play. Bucs 3rd and 1. Dude, the Eagles can't stop the run. They can't stop the pass right now. You can invite the run all you want, but if you can't stop them on 3rd down, then that's not it. Is Sexy still here? Sexy, we love you, man. I'm rooting for you. Every other game this year, I'm rooting for you. Just not tonight. Not gonna mess around and get 10 catches. 10 catches and 100 yards. America, and shocking that Gruden had cozy relationship with the guy. He strong-armed McKay out to bring Tampa. Man, listen, there's a lot going on there that, like, it's funny because the media cover this from a certain angle, and there are so many things in this story that I feel like they need to be, I feel like there are so many things in this particular story that they need to come around with. Hey, Fantasy Football Addicts, thank you guys so much. Bambo, welcome in. Fantasy Football. Of course, as soon as I get rated, I knock my freaking plug out of the mic. Thank you guys. Fantasy Football Addicts, appreciate you guys so much. Welcome in. Kirby, CDWL, thank you. Welcome in. So guys, we are sidecasting the Bucs Eagles tonight. Appreciate it. Welcome in. So for those of you guys that don't know me, my name is Joe. I am NFLosophy on Twitter. I am actually a former football operations guy for the Bucs. So this is a particularly interesting game for me. Stream's going awesome. Fantasy Football Addict. So this is the first night I've actually got to stream a sidecast the Bucs. And we've been pretty on point for pretty much the entire game. If you want to know, like, I wouldn't call myself Tony Romo, but I feel like we're on the level of Tony Romo tonight. Nah, for real. Like the game's going pretty much how we've been talking about all night. For whatever reason, the Bucs and football operations, bam. So basically what that is all of the stuff behind the scenes that nobody ever really talks about. So that could be everything from logistics to working with the coaches to make sure everything's set up for, like, everything's organized for practice and travel and all of that stuff. Basically anything. My job is to take everything off the coach's plate that's not football to make sure that they can focus on everything on the field. So nothing like player personnel or any of that stuff, but being around those guys and being able to talk to them and see what they're doing and learn from them and help out with meetings and stuff like that. Like getting 2 a.m. calls from players who needed help at 2 a.m. for certain reasons. Those type of things, taking care of all of them. It just, you get to be around it, learn a lot. And it afforded me a lot of opportunities. I would travel. So just for example, like I would always travel ahead of the team by a couple days. So if they're traveling to, say, Atlanta and they're traveling on Saturday, I would be there first thing Friday morning, maybe Thursday night. And we make sure everything's taken care of: police escorts, hotels, airlines, stadium, other team operational stuff, locker room stuff, all of that. Yeah, this is back under Raheem Morris. So I was under Raheem Morris and staff. So 2011 was my last year, and that was the year we were 4-2. Then We lost in London. So London was a beast of a trip, was in charge of that entire thing, basically lifted an entire organization, supplanted it in London for a week. And then we ended up losing that game thanks to a Aqib Talib, terrible personal foul. That was also the game you might remember if you were following football back then. You might remember your girlfriend lived next door to Raheem. Oh, I bet she's got some good stories then, Grizz. So the London game was the one where I forget who the running back was. It might have been Matt Forte for the Bears, where two Bucs defenders were running at each other and ended up colliding when Forte juked them out of their shoes and ended up with a touchdown. And then we were leading late in the game. Aqib Talib comes up with a terrible personal foul. Like I think we stopped him on third or fourth down. And then after immediately when the play's done, Aqib Talib trash talked or something like that. I can't remember what it was. Gets a personal foul. They get a second shot at it. They end up winning the game because of that. We end up 4-2, lose the last 10 games of the season. And then Raheem and staff are fired, and I am fired in unison with all of that. So that was my last year in the league. Stuck around in Tampa, still here in Tampa, still follow the team. Still have some friends left back at the team, some friends in the NFL. And yeah, so that's that. So I interned for the Bengals before that, interned for the Bucs, and then was with the Bucs, and then worked full time for the Bucs as well. And then after that, I decided that I liked Tampa and I wanted to stay in Tampa, and I didn't like working and making 35 grand as an operations guy. Yeah, for real, 35 grand as an operations guy and working 60, 70 hours a week. And sticking around in Tampa and ended up working in IT. So now I have a day job doing this for fun. And I've been on Twitter ever since. I started Twitter because I wanted to have good football conversations. Oh, we didn't get there. Ended up wanted to have some good football conversations. I loved that whenever I was at the facility. It's nothing like being able to talk football with coaches and personnel guys and then coming out and trying to talk to my brother about football, and he's just repeating the crap that's on TV all the time on the major networks. Oh, you got to run the ball 20 times to win. And I'm like, man, listen. And so I got tired of that. So I had a Twitter account, a personal Twitter account, and then ended up going onto Twitter. Was actually anonymous for a while because I was afraid I was going to say something stupid, and I was still under NDA from the Bucs. And so oh, there's the single coverage. So we talked about that earlier, right? We said if you see single coverage to Mike Evans inside the 5, the ball is going to Mike Evans. And guess what? Single coverage, Mike Evans inside the 5. They called defensive pass interference there, but they could have called offensive pass interference. Mike Evans is great at that. Bam, am I into fantasy? Yeah. So I've played fantasy ever since. Like when I was in the NFL, we weren't allowed to play for money. We would never go against the rules like that because it's considered gambling. Played fantasy ever since. I'm better at real football than I am fantasy. I used to be much, much better at fantasy whenever people weren't into the numbers as much and I had an edge. Now everybody knows the numbers and my edge is not as great. Still pretty successful though. I'm not afraid to jump into any league for money simply because I feel like I have a pretty good chance of finishing in the money. May not win it, but give me top. But if it's top 3 money, I'm in. America seen a lot of bad Bucs football, but man, never seen 10 games worse than that. Not because they lost all 10, but because I don't even think one of those games ended with a competitive score. So I'm gonna. Nah, I can't tell that story. I was gonna tell a story. So let's just say this: there was a. Trying to figure out if I can say this or not and how I can say this without. All right, Lenny Fournette's having a night. Gets the second rushing touchdown of the night. Remember, we had Bucs to cover easily in this game. Yeah, so Comerica 48-3 San Francisco. That was the big. So the only good takeaway from that game was that was the huge LeGarrette Blount run. He had a massive run in that game. That was a blast. Problem is I missed it because I was in the locker room taking care of some stuff whenever that happened. And I just remember the stadium erupting, but it wasn't like a Packers eruption. It was like a eruption. So yeah. Yeah, that one was a big one. That one, I remember getting on the bus and one particular executive who is still there said to me, I would rather lose like that than lose by 1 point. And I said, get your ass on the bus. I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, that was not a good game for us. And then there was the Tennessee game in the rain. And Josh got hurt, fumbled on a fourth down sneak, I believe. I think that was either before or after his hand injury due to the gun that particular season. LeGarrette Blount had a couple of personal issues throughout the season. Let's see, what else did we run into that year? It was not a good year. London was a blast, but we were there and it wasn't necessarily a business trip for a lot of the players. So, like the Jets and Falcons, they went over this year. They both traveled on Thursday. So they basically get there on Friday and then they spend a couple days there, play on Sunday, right? We traveled so we had the Saints game in Tampa Bay at 4:25, which I can't believe the NFL did to us. And then we ended up going. So my boss and I were in London for basically like a week before the team got there, and we were running stadium operations from while having beers in the common area of the hotel that we were due to take over the next day because the team was flying in. So 4:25, everybody goes home after the game. That was a game we beat the Saints. That was the Sean Payton busted up his knee because somebody hit him on the sideline game. And then the team flies out early the next morning. They get there late England time. They sleep in. Tuesday was I think it was bad scheduling by us, which was when the players got there, the first thing was they get their players' day off. And I think that set a tone that they were there and that they were allowed to basically do what they wanted, right? It wasn't like they got there and then they went to work and then they got a break from it. It was you get there, now everybody gets to go do whatever they want for a day, and then they got to come back and then they got to get their mind into it. And nobody ever really felt locked in that week. And then we end up losing to the Bears and it's all downhill from there. I will say it like this. We had the Jags playbook whenever we played the Jags, and I think we lost by 30 points to the Jags that year. We had their playbook. We knew what they were doing. We knew what they practiced all week. I won't say how we got it, but we had their playbook. So yeah, that was not an entertaining year. Well, I will say it was entertaining. It was not a good performing year. So thank you guys. Welcome in. Appreciate that you're here. We will talk everything from matchups to fantasy to whatever you guys want to talk about, whatever questions you have. We can talk about the operations. We can talk about the X's and O's. We can talk about matchups. We can talk about the business of football. If you want to talk about the John Gruden thing, we can talk about that. There's a whole lot of things that we hadn't got into that actually, because there's a bunch of angles that the media hasn't covered that I think we should be talking about. Like, don't see how Jeff Pash can keep his job after this. I mean, why not? Oh my God, that was the best throw Hurts has had all night. So we talked about the matchup for this particular game. The one place that the Eagles can win is the speed of their wide receivers. Their wide receivers can outrun the secondary of the Bucs. There's not a player in the secondary that's close to being the speed of Devontae Smith, Jalen Reagor, Quez Watkins. Like, it's just not even close. And that right there, you see it. And that's the thing is Jalen's got to see it before he can throw it. So those are the only throws that he can make. Notice there hasn't been any crossers over the middle because Hurts doesn't have the anticipation to be able to make those throws across the middle. Everything's to the edges, or everything is designed that it's either a short throw or he's got to see it and throw it deep. We've talked about how he continuously throws it. So again, outside throw and short. So we've talked about how he, how one of the things that that Jalen's going to do is he's going to throw some balls up in the air that's going to be underthrown on those deep outside throws. Ends up as a pick, as you saw against the Cowboys. That was a bad one. He actually, his one pick tonight came on a little bit of an overthrow on an outside throw instead of an underthrow. So that was a little bit of a surprise. Other than that, we pretty much called it. They're not going to go for the run. Teams just don't try to run against the Bucs anymore. They're so good up front. Vita Vea is such a monster. Yep. So there's a screen, throw it short. That's what they're trying to do. They're either trying to outrun the Bucs or trying to get their shorter yardage plays by throwing to the edges. That's their run game tonight because they can't run it up the middle. Basically said in an email, it seemed like the Washington football team investigation was going to be covered up before it started. So we'll hit on this as we're still covering the thing. So there's a lot of things that the NFL didn't, that media hasn't hit on. So first of all, like, can we talk about Bruce Allen and his role in this? Like, he's gotten basically zero flack. It's finally a run by the Eagles. So Bruce Allen's getting no flack whatsoever. And he clearly had an email where he played into the John Gruden thing. And then let's talk about how they exchanged emails of topless cheerleaders, Washington football team cheerleaders. Well, at the time, Washington Redskins, right? Those didn't come from John Gruden. Those came from inside of the Washington football organization. So that stuff is coming out of that organization, and everybody's on John Gruden and how awful John Gruden is. Like, let's get everybody. If we're gonna hold people accountable, let's hold everybody accountable here. And the other thing is there's 650,000 emails and 5 of them related to Gruden leak, and that's it. Like, there's a distinct plan here for the NFL, and I think they're playing with fire by releasing any of them because somebody's going to go after those other 650,000, and now there's going to be enough reporters that care about them for those to potentially leak. Yeah, I heard Staley again. But just, dude, it's hard not to love Brandon Staley. Every time that guy gets in front of a mic, it's must see, right? Like, for him to talk about there was even like, it's a sacred mantle to be called a coach, right? Like, and to be a leader, and that he's thinking about the people who are skeptical because of people like that, because they know that things like that are said in the dark. And for him to recognize that is just amazing. And he's so well spoken in the whole thing. Oh, well, that should have been, that should have been a flag. I mean, there's no face guarding in the NFL. He addressed it right. Yeah, that should have been pass interference. Sexy, if you're still here, brother, that's, you got to be cussing at that one, because that should have been pass interference in the end zone. So the Bucs secondary continues to look awful tonight. They've gotten lucky on a couple of calls. Let's see if ball don't lie here. Spread. All right, so spread is useful because you know if they're blitzing, it's got to come from the middle. And they blitz to the middle. They gave Jalen. Yep, you can't do that. You can't do that. I love that call by Sirianni. So empty formation right there gives Jalen a clear picture of what blitzers are coming at him. And Devin White comes on a delayed blitz, and he never gets there because, one, he's delayed, and two, when he comes to the inside lane. So watch 45, delay. There he goes. He sees the hole. Once he gets inside, it's there. And the Bucs are in man coverage behind that. Nobody's there looking at him. Easy. Jim McVay is Sean McVay. Sean McVay's uncle. McVay is a former Gruden staffer with the Bucs. Worked with Washington during that time. I really hope he's not going to get caught up in this in a bad way. I mean, listen, from working in the NFL and then going to a corporate office environment it's two totally different worlds, man. It is two totally. You got to think about where these guys come from. None of these guys got corporate training, right? Like none of these guys know. Look, back in like 2010, 2011, email wasn't like everybody was using email in corporate environments, but email was still kind of new to these guys, and they didn't know it. They probably didn't know that this stuff lives on servers for eternity. Um, and that sending stuff through a work email like this is highly frowned upon nowadays. Um, and now we all know, like we don't do this. You shouldn't be doing this. Those guys back then never thought that they felt like it was a one-on-one communication. They felt like it was a phone call between each other and that it was never, I mean, if you're back then, like sending nude photos across email, right? Like that's, if you're doing that, you're not really concerned about who's going to see it. You pretty much feel like that's going to be between you and whoever's on the other side. And then you got to think about it. Like these guys, they're kings of the castle in these organizations, and they get away with a lot. They get away with a lot, right? Like they're walking around these facilities, and everybody is at their whim and their beck and call, and it's yes sir, no sir, yes coach, no coach. Like everything runs through them, and they are high and mighty on that, and they can take it a little bit too far sometimes. So and they feel pretty untouchable. Teflon Bruce Allen, 100%. Grizz. Um, Hayden, Tom Brady over 300 and a half. I still think he gets there. They may get crazy with Leonard Fournette. Where's Brady at now? Let's see. Brady's at 223. Yeah, ooh, that's probably 2 drives still. It depends on if the Eagles can keep scoring. And I think the Eagles have figured out that as long as they keep pushing the ball, good things are going to happen because these corners are going to end up in bad positions. Whether it's completions or not, they can either get completions or pass interference. The only problem is Hurts can't be given the ball away. They probably figured no one would rat them out anyways. Yeah. Yep. I mean, again, these guys, they've gotten away with a lot in the past, and when that happens, they feel like they can get away with more. Even a current DC in the NFL, Twitter isn't the smartest look, and that one doesn't have a good defense right now. So here's the thing. I'm surprised whenever coaches and personnel people and agents and stuff like DM me on Twitter, and they'll say, hey, like you're spot on with this, or you're right, but also here's this point. And they'll talk to me about that stuff through DMs on Twitter. Now, I think these guys know that there's kind of a brotherhood inside of it. Like you don't, like I would never release, like show any of those DMs or anything like that. I would never even consider, even if somebody's just bad mouthing me or shitting on me in DMs. Like I'm not gonna rat them out like that. But I'm surprised that people will still put stuff like that in writing. Like DMs can get screenshot and sent very, very easily, right? So I mean, we're not done yet on that whole situation. There's gonna be more coming, for sure. I just think people mad because John was the it guy for the NFL for so long. And man, the NFL came after him hard. I don't know what he did other than the things that he said about Goodell. It seems like the NFL said, "Yep, you're done, and we're gonna make sure you're out." Look at the Washington football team DC likes on Twitter. Are you talking about Jack Del Rio and his likes? I haven't seen those. I'm gonna have to look those up. So I'm impressed that the Bucs are coming out and empty 2 plays in a row, and they're letting Brady throw it. I figured they would have come out and had Lenny, but it's what I like to see. The plays weren't exactly effective, but Mike Evans didn't get to his guy. Somebody either Godwin blocked the wrong guy, or Mike Evans didn't get to his guy quick enough. Something was off on that play. So I don't know if you guys saw that, but Brown Brown and Godwin were talking about who's running what route in the slot on the bottom. They didn't have what they were doing because Godwin was trying to point Brown to the opposite side until he saw Evans was over there. And then when they got there, they were looking at each other like who's running what. And then even after the snap, Godwin's saying, you run over there. You run that out route or you run that corner route or whatever it was that Antonio Brown ran. That was weird. Bucs were not together on that drive. Already a block in the back. All right, so we were 28-14, ball on the 33 late in the third quarter. All right, so what are we doing if we're Sirianni here? So Sirianni, so the Eagles all night thrown to the edges. Like if we can we throw does next gen stats have the I'm curious if now let me open this so I've got it. Next gen stats. I want to see if they have a heat map of what I want to see if Next Gen Stats has like a heat map of Jalen's throws right now, because if so, it's all red on the sides and low, and then nothing in the middle. I don't think he's thrown a single pass in the intermediate shot of the field. All right, what do we got? Eagles first and 10 on the 15. Are they gonna? Yeah, I was gonna say they're not gonna hand off here, right? I'm gonna say they're gonna get super conservative. Shaq Barrett out on the edge, guarding a tight end, ends up making a tackle on a wide receiver screen. Wow. Defensive end, guarding a tight end, tackles a wide receiver for a loss. What in the world? How's that not a penalty on Philly? Philly just broke the huddle with 12 men. Weird. That was a very weird situation. So the Eagles ended up having an extra guy on the field, and he went to line up at wide receiver, and then they were like, and then the refs held up the play, and then the guy ran off the field. So when the refs hold up the play like that, it's typically to let the defense make any subs that they want because the offense had late subs. But that was that's not the typical situation that happens. That feels like it should have been a flag for too many men in the huddle. Oh, I gotta check. I haven't checked my fantasy team all night. Oh, the other thing we didn't talk about with Thursday night football. So the big thing about Thursday night football for me is who has the best coaching staff. If two teams are even close to being equal on Thursday night football, pick whatever one has the best coaching staff. And the reason for that is on a condensed week with short practice times, the coaching staff that can get the most in the most effectively, then they're probably going to win the game. Bill Belichick, fantastic on Thursday nights. Andy Reid, fantastic on Thursday nights. In this particular game, I think Arians and Leftwich and Poles are by far the better coaching staff. I've seen nothing out of Sirianni that makes me think that. I saw him week 1, thought he called a brilliant game. Since then, it's not been very, very good. So, yeah. So, very, very interesting, and one of the reasons why I thought the Bucs had a really good chance. Oh, the New York Times article has all of Del Rio's stuff in there. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, one of the teams that I had talked to, like after the Bucs, I had thought about going back into the NFL, and with some connections to Bruce Allen through the Bucs, that was one of the teams that I reached out to. And I will say Bruce Allen was nice enough to write a handwritten letter back to tell me no. But that was one of the teams that I had talked to. And then after that, there was another connection that I had, and potentially might have had an opportunity to go to Washington. And for whatever reason, I just thought, that's not really the team I want to go to. And at that point, I'd pretty much settled on staying in Tampa Bay anyways. And so I was like, I'm good. RPO. Oh, I don't know that he got in. Man, I'm telling you, those out routes, those deep outs, those are the things. Those are the things that those are the throws that Jalen has been on the money with tonight. That's a catch, man. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's a catch by a mile. Yep, that's a catch. By the practice facility is a great place to raise a family, but the workplace I think you'd have left fast. So we played in Washington that year in 2011. I would say the area around FedEx Field wasn't great, but everything else, I mean, Washington's interesting, for sure. I mean, it's a very diverse place. Man, I don't understand how the refs can be so bad. Jalen Hurts, 9 of 20, 60 yards, 1 TD, 1 interception. That stat line is pretty indicative of how he's played tonight, in my opinion. He's for anyone that's here now that wasn't with us before, they are like he's swimming. He's not seeing it. He's not anticipating. He's not having a good night whatsoever. Um, his throws have been off. His ball placement hasn't been great, even on the throws that he is making. There was one where I forget who the receiver was. Smith turned into a defensive back because it was a comeback that was thrown kind of on time, maybe half a beat late, but was thrown to the inside instead of to the outside, and that basically forced the wide receiver to play defense instead of trying to catch the ball. If that ball goes outside, it's a completion. As it was damn near an interception. And it's little stuff like that that Hurts just isn't getting right still. And it's disappointing to see because he's got the arm for it. It's just there's no precision to his game. And I don't know that it's ever going to get there. I'm curious if I bet not. Gabe, I'll have to Gabe or Grizz, I'll have to read the New York Times article after all this. I'm fascinated by it now. Wait, what? Sorry, I just saw something. I knew there were some watch parties going on tonight. There's a certain person I'm surprised that actually has a watch party going on. Hmm. Interesting. Cool. I'm hoping to get a watch party at some. I would love to do a Thursday night watch party with you guys at some point and actually be able to watch a game on screen with everybody. It'd be so much better. I only see what screenshotted onto the timeline, but not good. Yeah, it's going to be one of those things where I think it's going to be horrible when you read into the details. And like I said, I'll read something like that. So like I see all a good example. So I see all the media folks and journalists like up in arms about Adam Schefter asking for Bruce Allen to look over the article that he was going to post. To me, that's just Shefty. Like he's just getting details confirmed. He's making sure that the story's right. Oh my God, Devin White so fast. Um, He's just getting details confirmed. He's not asking Bruce Allen to change the story for him. All he's asking is for him to like, hey, these are the details that everybody else has given me. Can you confirm these? And it's smart by him. But apparently, like, giving an entire story is kind of against the rules for guys like that, for journalists. Oh, there's a couple of people on here. Interesting. Okay. Oh, okay. So that's the first throw over the middle that Hurts has had all night. Oh, look at that, Aikman. Look, so here's the thing. Even with that throw, there's no anticipation on it. So he gets a large enough window in the middle of the field, and Watkins had cleared his guy, and then he throws it. On most throws like that, most NFL quarterbacks are throwing that before he breaks across the middle because he sees that's going to happen. Jalen still has to see it before he lets it go. Jalen's got to get out of that. He's got to start throwing with anticipation. Dude, Miles Sanders on those draw plays have been lethal, all two of them. Got him. Yep. Shaq Barrett's the only dude fast enough to have any impact on Jalen right now. Love JPP, but this isn't a good matchup for him. He's a good guy at setting the edge, not necessarily chasing people down. All two of them. You heard me, Gabe. Somehow Jalen Hurts only has 23 passes in this game, but Miles Sanders has what, 3 carries? Oh my goodness, they read that. Whitehead or Cockrell. Cockrell actually with a decent play. That's not really what I typically would expect from him. Oh, Cockrell. Oh, so okay. So Cockrell was on the cat blitz from the corner. That's what it was. And it just happened that with perfect timing, God, Cockrell's got to get that, man. You got to get that's too easy. Too easy. What a call by Todd Bowles, by the way. Cockrell is Cockrell is the worst cornerback on the Bucs, man. Oh my God, Hurts. Hurts is struggling right now. He's got so much going on in his head. He just cannot get it all straight. He's just too slow to finish big plays. That's a pretty big problem in the secondary. Hurts, what are you doing, dude? There's no reason for you to be throwing that. Here's the thing. What's weird, Gabe, is that you can run against the Bucs. Oh, missed it. Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one. Because that makes it from a touchdown, 2-point, and field goal. Damn, that hurts. Hey, let's I'm taking a drink for Sexy. I think Sexy's still in here, so this one's for you, buddy. Heart is all he needs. I've got heart, Grizz. I've got heart. Can you play me? You can milk anything with nipples. Can you milk me? I've got nipples. No, Philly's O-line is good. Philly's got a pretty good O-line. One of the things I haven't paid attention to. So one of the things I noticed last week, I did see the Vea sideline dance. I love fat guy dances. So one of the things I didn't talk about, we talked about this in the recap show. So last week, Philly did something really weird, I thought. So This year, they end up. Oops, close the window. They didn't mean to. So this year, the Eagles paid Jordan Mailata like a left tackle. Now, for some odd reason, they decided not to play Mailata at left tackle last week. When Lane Johnson was out at right tackle, they moved Mailata to right tackle, and then they put Andre Dillard in at left tackle. So they took somebody who was really good at left tackle, and they made him mediocre at right tackle to put in a mediocre left tackle. Now, my assumption is that they're not putting Toth in at right tackle as the backup because they feel like Toth isn't very good. But if you feel like your best option is to move your star left tackle to right tackle, maybe Toth shouldn't be the guy that you have at right tackle. I just don't understand that at all. So we're not there yet, but once they get back on offense, I totally forgot about that. But it was something I had noticed during film last week, and I was like, wait a second, why is he there? But I haven't had the end zone angle to notice, so that's probably why. Let's move him away from left tackle for fun. It's kind of like the Bucs running. Let's just give an advantage to the other team every time we run. Why would you do that? Now, we'll say Lenny's done pretty well tonight, but that's because the Eagles have basically said, sure, run him. Like, the Eagles are trying to pull off the Patriots game plan. They're just not doing a very good job of it. The difference is that the Bucs aren't as inclined to run. I think they learned from that Pats game plan that, dude, why are we running the football? Like, we could have thrown all over them. And again, that particular game, the weather played into it. All right, are the Bucs going to go grind now? This looks like grind with Rojo. Rojo is the type of so the Bucs, again, in that 2 tight end set, they love to go play action out of it and throw deep. But when Rojo's in the game, it's almost always actually a run. And Rojo's the guy that they put in to close out the game at the end. They start running him later in the fourth quarter because he's the better runner of Lenny and Rojo. And so he just he's the one that's probably going to get the carries from here on out. They'll probably get Lenny back in the game a little bit here and there, especially in passing downs. But they'll probably get Gio in passing downs instead. But yeah, Rojo's the guy. And they're probably going to try to grind it out from here. Hard for Arians to, well, not necessarily Arians, but hard for Leftwich to get away from his conservative nature. He's done well in the last 2 games of opening up the offense and really letting it fly. But when he's allowed to get conservative, he's going to get conservative. We've gone heavy sets for 2 plays and rushed it. Another heavy set, rush it again. Okay. So if this is holding, now what does he do? Was Vaughn up today? No. Vaughn's almost never up because the closer is in. I like that Beaton. Beaton, welcome in, brother. Vaughn is almost never up because they typically have Lenny, Rojo, and Gio, all 3 up. Lenny Fournette has 18 carries. Oh, God, this is never good. This might be a handoff because they got Rojo in the back. No, they got Rojo in the backfield. It's never good when they're throwing with Rojo in the backfield. If Rojo's in the backfield, he better be running a screen. Bead, we're good, man. Game's been good. Game's been fun. We're sidecasting. I like whenever it's on Twitch because we can all watch it at the same time. Whereas like the first one we tried, it was like I was like a play behind everybody else. On Twitch, we all seem to be on the same time frame. It's been good. We called the game very, very well early on, and then it's kind of slowed down from there, right? Like It was 14-7 early, and then it's kind of slowed down. But I feel like the Bucs are just going to try to grind it out this game. If they can get a first down here, they're going to go back to handing the ball off to Rojo again. I know everybody loves Brait, but I'm still an OJ Howard fan. I still feel like OJ Howard's the better tight end of the two. If OJ Howard can be more consistent with catching the ball, I think he's a better route runner. He may not be as fast as, I don't know, man. Oh, there it is. OJ Howard. Oh, OJ, you got to get that. I was just talking good about you. Man, OJ, you had a chance to prove me right, and you proved me wrong. Oh, look at that. Nothing but green grass in front. You are too big of a player to be going down off a armed. Oh, the dude fell on his foot. What an accident. Okay, Bucs are going for it. I like it. You got to risk it for the biscuit. Oh, they're going to call timeout. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Somebody just texted me. The Bucs secondary is going to be Bishop Sycamore's entire team by the end of the season. OJ scared. Man, I really want to see OJ be successful. I thought he was going to be so good. Yep, they're going for it. This isn't I don't know. They might. Where are they at? Yeah, they're at midfield. This could be a hard count. They're on positive side of the field. This could be a hard count. If they take the 5 yards here, it's not a big deal. If they're going to do the hard count, you would want to see them under center. Like you're not going to get somebody offsides from there unless it's the Bucs. You're going for it. Yep. Oh, Brady just sailed that one. Howard looks like he's limping a little bit. Brady looks pissed. Howard's not getting the ball the rest of the game. He might not get it for 2 weeks now. Brait, you're in. Howard, you're out. I think he'll come on over on the second half of the season. Yeah, so remember, Howard was out all last year. Like, they're asking him to get back into the offense now. But it's if Gronk had been injured in the second half of the year, I think it'd be the OJ Howard show. I think now they're still trying to factor Brait in. But I think they know that OJ is the better tight end of the two. All right. Let's see here. Win probability. Funny. Jalen Hurts, 11 of 25, 44% completion percentage, 53 rating. And this is a defense that's been giving up 100 ratings to everybody that they faced this year. All right. Well, at least what we're going to do is we're going to get to see 7.5 seems nice to Philly. I thought it was 6.5 and then it moved to 7. Yeah, I had it at 6.5 this afternoon. I think at game time it was 7 on what I saw on like DraftKings and stuff like that. Those numbers don't include too long DPIs for whatever that's worth. That's fair. That's fair. I still don't think that. I mean, I would say one definitely wasn't a good throw, right? One was a massive underthrow that could have been a pick as easily as it could have been a touchdown. He got him about 80 yards and PIs. Yes, he did. Oh, 7.5 win percentage. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing. Like the Eagles, when they've moved the ball, like it felt like I feel like every team every team's been super successful once they've gotten inside the 40. If they get inside the 40, they're moving the ball and it's a touchdown. So I'm curious as to how this ends up going. Like the Bucs basically let the Eagles back into this by not punting it there, right? Like they're giving them a shot rather than making them go the length of the field. I like the idea of going for it. I don't necessarily agree with that particular throw from Brady. Okay, we got Sugar and the A-gaps, and then Bucs back out of the blitz. And then collapse on the run. Man, I feel like they got to get the ball to Miles Sanders more. I know everybody wants them to run it. I don't think they have to run it with Miles Sanders. I think they just need to get him the rock more, period, end of story. However you can get the ball into his hands, do that. Well, that was good timing. Weird, right? However you got to get him the ball, get him the ball. 6 carries, 40 yards for Miles Sanders. Oh, look at that. You can run against the Bucs. Teams just haven't done it. I've been saying this all season. If you can get Vita Vea out of the way, you can run against the Bucs. And then Vea's not in the game on that particular play. Wow, it's weird. You can run on the Bucs as long as you get it out of the way. And then, hey, let's get the ball in Miles Sanders' hands. That's not good. That was a good pull by Jalen. Good pull by Jalen. See, so here it is. You let the Eagles back into the game a little bit by giving them good field position. I agree with the call, but you let them back into the game with field position there. And the Bucs are probably going to get super conservative whenever they get the ball back now, because it's going to be under 7 minutes, potentially under 6 minutes, and they're going to be running their clock offense. And I still think that that's going to be the wrong decision. Another RPO. And got the first down. Weird, guys. It's like we almost know what's going to happen. He's going to pull it. Yep. Quick out and throw it away. Now it's first and down on the 1. How much fourth down discussion happened when you were in Tampa Bay? I was never on the headsets, unfortunately. I would have loved to have been on the headsets to hear what that's like. What it was described to me was by one of the coaches that I was close with is pure chaos, basically. He's like, you would not believe how chaotic it is on the headsets. Now, that could have just been our coaching staff. Yeah, now here, this is going to be a sneak by Hurts. Oh, nope, he's not going under center. Never mind. Yeah, if I'm Hurts, I'm changing this to a sneak, get under center and take it. Hand off to Sanders. 32 trying to rip the ball out. As far as going for it, it wasn't really a discussion. It was Raheem's call. And I don't think there was anybody in particular that was there that was designated for Raheem to listen to on game management. Zone read. This is the same formation. So look, the Bucs are overloading the left side of the line because they know that that's where if Miles Sanders gets the ball, yep, exactly. Nailed it. So they know that that's where if Miles Sanders gets the ball, they're going to overload the left side of the offense over top of the left tackle. Teams have, damn, I wish I could have said that earlier because it's going to feel like, oh, yeah, you knew this. But what happens is when the running backs, look how loaded up they are on the left side there. So what happens is they have offenses have tendency breakers to run to the right side when they're in shotgun and the running back is lined up on the right side, right? Because typically you do that, you run that across in front of the quarterback whenever you're running. So it's either up the middle or it's across the formation, right? So teams will overload that opposite side to make sure that you can't run to that side. So you saw it a couple of weeks ago from Dallas. Sam Darnold run a speed option off the right side. There's a couple of plays this year that have been like runs to the right out of that formation specifically because of that. I think there was a Monday night or a Sunday night game where we were watching. It was a night game where I think it was the Giants. I think the Giants literally had like 8 people over one side of the line and one person on the other one, and they audibled and just went to the opposite side. Like it was easy to go that way. So yeah, always go for 2 down 8. To me, like I said, Bucs need to put it on right now. They don't need to pull back. They need to put it on. Knew the Eagles would go for 2 at some point. Thought it might be later, but it's now. Yeah. I mean, they were probably gonna have to go for 2 at some point, right? This gives them 6. And again, going for 2 earlier is smarter because it defines what you need earlier. And I had a fight with Twitter. It was some dude on Twitter about this. Like, for whatever reason, I just couldn't get off of it. But basically, he was arguing me that you shouldn't go for 2 whenever you're down the 8 points or whatever it is, because you should leave going up for 2 at the end of the game. That should be your last play call. And at that point, it's a 50-50 shot, right? Of whether you're going to get it whenever you go for 2. The reality is if you go for 2 earlier, then it defines what you need to do the rest of the game. So you know that, like, if you go for it late and you miss it, well, you're screwed. It's over. Ball game over, right? If you go for it earlier and you miss it, now you know, hey, I still got to score twice. I still got to go for it. They're going to throw this. Well, oh, that was almost a hold on Donovan Smith. Why are you running out of bounds, Lenny? Lenny, what are you? This is why you don't run the ball. Oh my God. Bucs might get bailed out by a stupid penalty on Philly right now. Bucs got bailed out right there, man. Got bailed out. Unbelievable. That's a penalty? It was a weak taunting call. All taunting calls are weak, in my opinion. Oh my God. I understand why you're like, I understand why they're. I mean, if they're going to call a taunting penalty, that's a taunting penalty. Like, within what they've called this year, that's an easy call. But the Bucs are trying to bail him out by stupid running calls. Oh, look, it's 2nd and 10, and you decide to throw it. Why didn't you do that on first down? Yep. Look at that. Oh my God. He still almost got the first down by rolling to it. Okay, now you can run the ball. Unbelievable. I get so mad whenever I'm like sitting here watching this happen, going, okay, yeah, you're going to run the ball and it's going to go for 1 yard or no yards or a loss of one. Like those are the three areas that it typically goes when they run on first down. Every once in a while, they'll get like 3 to 6 yards, but it's never much more than that. And they're going to run it here, which they should. But there's your 1 yard. They might give him 2 if he gets a generous spot, but 1 yard. And then Brady's going to have to bail him out. Here, they're going to run it again because they're going to try to run the clock. And then Brady's going to have to bail it out on third. It irritates me to no end to know that they have the best quarterback ever and an embarrassment of riches at wide receiver and tight end. And even without Gronk, you still got OJ Howard and Cameron Brate, and you still just continue to do this. Okay. Oh, that's basically a run play. I like that better than a run up the middle on first down. Give me that. I'll take that on first down. Now you got 2nd and 7 instead of 2nd and 10, right? Like that's much prefer that. That wasn't even a screen, Gabe. That was like a quick swing. It wasn't even a full swing. That was like a half swing. Right. Like here's the thing. Give me that. Give me 3 yards. I'm okay with that. There's no risk in that other than a potential Lenny drop. Third and 7, Brady's got to bail out the play calling all over again. And he does. Oh, AB wanted that. He wanted the touchdown. That's pretty much ball game. What a nice little man. His savvy as a route runner is just crazy. Like, so he's supposed to come out and have the ball well earlier in that route. When Brady starts rolling and he gets that little edge upfield, that's what gives him separation and enough to do it. Okay. Now you run it 3 times. Okay. Well, let it get to 2 minutes. The AB did dig that one out. Comerica. He that was a little bit behind. And they're lucky that the corner wasn't paying as much attention as he should have been, because that should have been a knockdown and probably could have been picked off. Brady saved the whole play. Yep. Yeah, Philly needs to take both timeouts right here. There's no use in letting them run it to the 2-minute warning, right? You take it now and then let the 2-minute warning be your third timeout. And maybe the Bucs do something stupid or can't complete a pass, and oh, here we go. This is probably going to be a quick throw. They're not going to want to put this as they're not going to want to make this a risk to. It's actually good by Brate there. It's actually better he gets down before, because now if they get the first down, then it's probably ball game. Yeah, it was a bad snap. So that's the problem with shotgun, right? Is that there are a lot of bad snaps, and even with a shotgun, like Drew Brees actually used to say that he preferred being under center versus shotgun, because when you're under center, you take the ball and your eyes are up. Like he's immediately reading the defenses whenever he takes it and he's dropping back. With shotgun, You've got to look down for the ball, catch it, then look up, and then see the defense. And that's why a lot of quarterbacks say that play action can be tough. Oh, Brady with a sneak, of course. And that's a first down. And now it's 2-minute warning. And that's going to be a ball game. Ball game. Hey, good call, Gabe. QB sneak to get the first down. Yeah, they're not bringing Gabbard in, though. They're not bringing in a quarterback that might potentially fumble the snap. The Bucs had it in hand pretty much the entire game. I will say the Eagles tried. Jalen was not feeling it at the start of the game. Got a little bit better towards the end. Started feeling it a little bit more. Stupid penalty on taunting. I mean, Brady probably, based on the way Brady's played and Philly's inability to cover anybody tonight, makes it a tough call. All right, how do we end up here? We got, all right, so we got, oh, no. Sorry, I'm glad I had desktop audio muted. That was bad. 28-22. So it's going to be 6. Don't tell me it's 6 points, right? Oh, so, oh my God, that sucks. So all of the people that took the Bucs, either plus 6.5 or minus 6.5 or minus 7. What a bad beat. So I had Bucs. I called Bucs minus 6.5. Bucs end up winning by 6, all because of that 2-point conversion. All because of the 2-point conversion. Wow. 50 over under was 52.5, so that actually hurts. Oh, yikes. I think everybody had Bucs minus 6.5. And that 2-point conversion, Nick Sirianni just cost a whole bunch of people a whole bunch of money. What a jerk. I mean, it was the right call. He did the right thing there. Eagles, man. All right, so let's take a look at the standings again and see what we got this week. So we got, let's see. All right, so now we're looking at, where are we at here? All right, so Eagles 2-3 moved to 2-4. And then let's take a quick look. So 2-4. They were tied with Washington at 2-3. Now they're 2-4. Giants still have an opportunity to be able to catch them at 2-4 if the Giants can win. Giants play the Rams this week. Probably not going to turn out real well for the Giants. Washington. Who's Washington? Washington gets KC this week. Probably not going to turn out real well for Washington. And then Dallas gets New England. So, I mean, probably not going to be a terrific game or terrific week for the NFC East. So Washington, Philly, and New York Giants all probably lose. All are heavy dogs. And then Cowboys are a favorite against the Patriots. You never know what happens against the Patriots, right? Patriots could eke out a win just off of a good game plan. I don't foresee that happening. I think Dallas wins by a touchdown or more, which will be fun. 2 bad beats in this game is the exact reason why I don't have the heart to be exactly. That's exactly right. Like every time I watch something, I'm like, I called that. I knew exactly what it was, and I missed by half a point because something stupid at the end. That's why I don't often bet. I'm not allowed to bet. I'm in Florida, so I would never bet and break the law. But if I were to bet, I wouldn't be a great bettor. My one fantasy equivalent of bad beat way back in 2012 was enough to swear. Yeah, stuff like that, man. It's so frustrating. I mean, if you got money to burn, sure, whatever makes you happy. But I just, it's hard. Like Vegas is gaudy for a reason, right? Like they have $100 million hotels for a reason. Let's see. So let's take a look at the Bucs and the NFC South real quick. So Bucs go from 4-1 to 5-1. Nobody in the division is going to be able to catch them this week. You got Panthers, Saints, and Falcons. So Panthers and Saints are 3-2. Falcons are 2-3. Falcons are on a bye this week. Panthers and Saints. So Panthers get Minnesota, which is going to be a tough game. So Panthers are actually the dogs in that game with Minnesota favored by 1.5. I think that's a 50-50 game. So no telling what comes out of that game. And then New Orleans is on a bye this week as well. So Carolina has a chance to put a little bit of distance between them and New Orleans with a big win over Minnesota. It'll be really interesting. Gabe, don't forget the New York Times article. That's going to be the first thing I read once I get out of here. I'm going to be really interested to see what that is. Might throw up a tweet before I fall asleep tonight. The bad beat last year in the UVA game was unreal. Man, there was a few games I just remember like being super bad. I think there was one where there was like a pick six at the end of the game, and the guy picked it and then dropped on the 1 yard line, and that's frustrating. And like all of those little things like that, it's so hard anytime because the NFL is always one score game, right? And any particular play can change it from 1 score to 2 scores very, very quickly. So yeah, super tough, but could be a lot of fun. And if you don't care about a game, that's a good way to make sure you care about a game. That's why a lot of people also do the prop bets, because with prop bets, then it's like a single play, single whatever. So yeah, good stuff. All right, fellas. I am going to get out of here. So fantastic night. We got a Bucs win. We called that game pretty damn close, all except for that little 2-point conversion at the end. We said that the Eagles had a shot because they were going to be able to block it. Hurts wasn't under a ton of pressure. He did escape the pocket a couple times, a little bit early. Ended up being a little bit of an issue, but he didn't really see the field, couldn't really get a good feel for it. That speed at the wide receiver position can be a problem for some teams if they can block it up. Brady is now 0-11 against the spread in prime time. Since when? In Tampa Bay in his last 11 games. Oh, okay, got it. I was like, wait a second, he's played more than 11 primetime games. Interesting. Yeah. So for me, if we're taking recaps of the game, still good to see Leftwich open it up a little bit. The Bucs were pretty dominant in this game. I feel like they didn't open it up all the way like they did against Miami, and like they probably should have. Brady ends up with a pretty stellar game. Let's see what Tampa Bay players. Let's see what he got. Brady ends up 34-42. I didn't feel like he threw it that much. 297, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. So nothing huge. Lenny Fournette, probably one of the better games that he's played since in his career in Tampa Bay. So 22-81, still only 3.7 a carry, 2 touchdowns. He did have a good amount of catches, 6 catches. So 6 targets, 6 catches, and 46 yards. That's a hell of a game from Lenny. Antonio Brown, man, I told you guys at the beginning of the season, he might end up being the most productive receiver in this entire offense. And it seems like every week he continues to come up, as long as he's healthy, he continues to come up with big plays. OJ Howard has a decent night, 6 catches, 49 yards, and a touchdown. Good to see him kind of come out. Brate doesn't do as much, 3 for 26. Godwin was more of a blocker in this game. I felt like I saw more from Godwin in terms of blocking than receiving this game, which is great. Bucs just shy of 400 yards. Let's see. I want to see what Shaq Barrett had a good game tonight. Shaq was all over the place. The one guy that was trying to chase down Jalen, thought that was really good. Let's see. 7 of 13 on third down. Pretty solid. They continue to put themselves in longer third downs because they want to run on first down so bad. 0 for 1 on first. That fourth down ended up hurting them a lot. Let's see. Lenny 3-7 to carry. Why are we rushing 22 times with that? Philly with a nice, yeah. So that's the thing. Like the second, like the whole like wanting to rush it a lot. Like, look, if they end up running 20, 25 times because they're leading by 30 points, perfectly fine. But that's not necessarily the best way for them to score points. Let's see, 73 plays, 5.5 gain per offensive play. It should be way higher. Let's see, they rushed 31 times. There's no reason the Bucs should be rushing 31 times unless they're up by 40 at the end of the half. Unbelievable. 34-42, 1 pick, 297 passing, no sacks, which is fantastic. That offensive line's doing work, especially against a guy like Fletcher Cox. Fletcher Cox didn't show up at all. And I've totally forgot to look to see where Mailata was playing. Damn it. Yeah. 4 for 4. It's nice to have a kicker that you can trust. No field goals tonight, right? The only field goal tonight. 3 for 4 in the red zone's big, by the way. The only field goal tonight was missed by the Eagles. I am Sinister. Welcome. Thank you very much for the raid. Really appreciate it. Welcome everybody in from Sinister's raid. Thank you guys very much. 931 Monster. Thank you very much for the follow. So, for anyone that just dropped in, my name is Joe. I am NFLosophy on Twitter and on Twitch. Former Bucs operations guy. So tonight was a particularly fun game for me. And we had a really fun game. We had a good call of this game. We're doing a quick recap of the game tonight. Before we get out of here, I am Sinister. Appreciate it, sir. Thank you. It's good. How was your stream, Sinister? Psycho Scoobs, great name, by the way. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. So we just went through the Bucs stats real quick. Talk about them. Again, the Bucs, I don't know why the Bucs are running it 31 times. I know they were up pretty much the entire game, but they allowed the Eagles to get back in this when they should have put them away a lot earlier. No reason for them to be running 31. Like every time they run the ball, that's a win. That's a win for the defense. That's a win for them. Senator, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. There's no reason for them to be doing that. It was a fun game. It was a fun game for Bucs fans. I got my boy Sexy in the chat who he hasn't said anything for a while. I don't even know if he might still be here, but he's a Philly fan. Tonight was not such a great night, or nor was it a fun game. He was probably sweating it at the end though. He actually felt like they probably had a shot. Bucs pretty much dominated from the first snap. It was 7-7. Bulls defense tends to clamp down, and then when the other team decides, hey, you know what, I got to grip it and rip it, and start challenging these the secondary teams, kind of find a way to try to claw back. So let's see, Eagles 3 of 10 on third down. This is bad. They got to be better than this. They're not going to win football games against good teams being 30% on there. Only 213 total net yards, 100 net yards rushing, most of those from Jalen, although they did get Miles Sanders involved later, which was fantastic. It was funny. We basically said, like, hey, they got to get Miles Sanders the ball. They don't have to run the ball with Miles Sanders. They just got to find a way to get him the ball, whether it's screens, swings, run him out to the edge and let him be a receiver, whatever that is. Get the ball in his hands because he's fast enough and good enough to be able to make plays happen. As soon as we said that, they started getting them the ball. They moved down the field, get that last score, and end up going for 2, and then they just never get the ball back thanks to a stupid penalty. Let's see. What else? They did miss a field goal tonight, which ended up being pretty painful for them. Let's see. What else? Anything else interesting in here? 3 for 3 on extra points, 0 for 1 on field goals, 3 for 3 in the red zone. Pretty much both teams were phenomenal in the red zone. When they got inside the 40, nobody was stopping the other one, which is why that critical fourth down call late in the game by Bruce Arians and Byron Leftwich was such a big deal. I agree with the call to go for it, but you also need to understand that in that situation with these teams, the way that they were playing, that's probably going to be points for the other team. It's not like you're stopping the other team or have been. And in that situation, all they need is one first down, and all of a sudden they're in enemy territory. And anytime the other team got to I actually think if we go back and look, every time a team crossed midfield, they got it, except for the Bucs one time when they turned it over. No safeties. Time of possession, 20 minutes. This is huge right here. I didn't realize this was bad. This was this bad. They only have 20 minutes time of possession. That means that the Bucs were on the field for 40 minutes. You can't have the Bucs on the field for 40 minutes because when your defense has to defend Tom Brady, Mike Evans, Antonio Brown, Chris Godwin, Cameron Brate, OJ Howard, and I'll even throw in Lenny Fournette tonight. When your team has to defend that offense for 40 minutes, it's never going to turn out as a good game. And I don't like citing time of possession as a stat. I like citing time of possession as a result of other things that happen throughout the game. So that's a brutal one. I didn't realize that it didn't feel like time of possession was that bad. I think the big thing in this game was Jalen Hurts was not good at all. And I get it. Like you can look and say 12 of 26, 115, 1 TD, 1 interception. The first half of this game, he didn't look like an NFL quarterback. Dude couldn't throw the ball. He couldn't read a defense. If not for his legs, there wouldn't have been much going on. Miles Sanders gets going with 9 for 56, 6-2 a carry. Like they didn't even involve him to the fourth quarter. Like this right here, this is why people keep saying like, hey, you need to give Miles Sanders the rock and run. And the other part of that is that your secondary in Philly is not very good. And without Brandon Graham, who's been hurt and is on IR, you're not good enough up front to be able to protect that secondary. So for me, like Miles Sanders isn't an offensive strategy, it's a defensive strategy. And I get it. Jalen Hurts can run with the football too, but when you put it in his hand, there's a lot that can go wrong. And even against a bad secondary, to put up these numbers aren't particularly great. It's just not a great night all along for this offense. Again, they put up 22 points, but even then it felt like they probably weren't as deserving of that because they just weren't very efficient. Jalen Reagor, three attempts, 0 yards. I think he was one of the big pass interference calls. That's basically what ended up giving the Eagles their chances. They probably earned 100 yards on pass interference calls. Now that I'm thinking about it, I want to go back and look at penalties because I want to see the Bucs probably got so many negative plays on penalties. Let's see. Does this have it? Let me see it. Nope, not here. Kicking, punting, returns, touchdowns, extra points, fumbles, penalties. 7 for 120. Oof. 7 for 120. Unbelievable. That right there. The Bucs had 120 yards in penalties. Look at this. Bucs had 120 yards in penalties. Jalen Hurts had 115 yards passing. They had more yards in penalties than Hurts had passing. That's insane. Gabe, I'll definitely remember that. Comerica, Fox had a graphic showing the Bucs had the most penalty yards against any team of the games of the season so far. I believe it. I mean, it was like 3 big ones, right? Like really big ones. And then there was also another one that was pass interference in the end zone. And oh, by the way, there was a couple of them that weren't called because there was a pass interference in the end zone. I think it was on Jamel Dean that wasn't called, where he just flat out face guarded the guy and pushed him out. So, had no business not being called on that one. That was like, if you were going to define what pass interference was, that was it. Guy wasn't looking for the ball. He hit the defender early and then never even got to the ball. So yeah, that was the epitome of pass interference, and it wasn't called. So just another game where the refs don't know what they're doing. 120 yards at the time. They ended up with 120 yards crossover at the end of the game. So Yeah. So unfortunately for the Eagles, most of their yards were. Here's the thing: you got to put somebody in a bad position to be able to get that many yards on those types of plays, those 3 or 4 plays that happen that way. Um, it's not like if you were to add those in to say the passing yards, let's give Jalen Hurts the benefit of the doubt, right? Let's give him what three more, and then we give him 120 passing yards, and that's probably being more generous because not all of those were on those 3 plays, but we give him 15 of 26, and now he's looking at 235. So it looks more respectable, but still not a good game. And again, that's probably better than what he played in the first half because he just did not have it. He was not feeling it. He was not processing very well. He wasn't anticipating. He wasn't throwing very well. Even on those deep throws, he was either too short, too long. On the shorter throws, it was bad ball placement. Probably should have had another interception, but luckily, the wide receiver knocked it down on the edge throw on the comeback because he missed the throw. Like everything was either late. The one throw that he had in the middle of the field wasn't an anticipation throw. The guy broke open, and then Jalen was still a little bit late to the throw, but it did end up with a catch and a big gain there in the fourth quarter. So to me, Sirianni. It's tough for Sirianni to call plays. I will give him that, right? Like I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that it's hard to call plays with a guy like Jalen Hurts when you can't throw over the middle of it. Like when we go back and look at this, and I can't wait to tweet this out tomorrow. But basically, when you look at the throwing map for the heat map of throws for Jalen Hurts tomorrow, you're going to see one throw in the middle of the field. Everything else is going to be along the line. Like it's basically going to be a big circle because it's going to go like this or a big U. It'll be one big U and then one throw in the middle of the field. That's it. That's it. Because he can't throw in the middle of the field. He can't anticipate those throws because to be able to throw in the middle of the field, you got to be and be able to anticipate people getting open. You have to throw into a window before the receiver gets there. It's not what Jalen Hurts does. And his ball placement isn't good enough to do it either. So they're going to have to figure that out. Maybe he gets there by the end of the year. Maybe he doesn't. When it gets to the end of the year, they're going to have to figure out, hey, do we go with a guy like Deshaun Watson? Are we willing to take that gamble? Problem is Deshaun Watson isn't. He may not be around next year. He may have a full year suspension next year with everything that's going on. So I saw the heat map. All his completions are to the right and short left. I want to pull this up. I want to figure out what this is. I want to see it. Was it on Twitter? Can you send it to me, Crossover, if you see it again? I might try to find it real quick because I'm interested to show this on screen. I want to see what it looks like. Like I said, there was a bunch of tiny little throws. Now, again, important to call this, right? Here we go. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Nailed it. Oh, no. Come back. It's not a heat map, but this is going to show you exactly what it was. We talked about this all stream. Jalen Hurts throws tonight. Not a single throw in the middle of the field. You can't win like that, man. And I'll tell you what, this right here, this middle of the field, this 0-0-0 in the middle of the field, this was Kyler Murray, by the way. Whenever Kyler Murray first started, he could not throw in the middle of the field. You know what the biggest difference is between Kyler Murray this year and previous years? Kyler Murray can hit these throws in the middle of the field now. And yeah, that you're right, Comerica. That one for one and 25 yards was the deep crosser in the middle of the field. And that was when the guy broke behind the linebacker and then the linebacker trailed him the entire way. Like it was like this. And it was an easy throw. He saw it and then threw it. Not throw it, then see it, right? There was no anticipation. So, I mean, DeAndre Hopkins helps, obviously. But But if you look at a Kyler Murray heat map, like he couldn't make these throws either. So it's not something that can't be learned. It's just not where Jalen Hurts is at right now. So we gotta wait. This one's tough. I'm curious to see if teams start playing this a little bit more, right? So this is what we talk about in week to week, game to game adjustments, and can offenses and defenses adjust to other teams. When teams see this and they go back and look at this film and they go, Jalen Hurts can't throw to the middle of the field. Well, now we can leave a couple linebackers in the middle of the field. Don't have to worry about them. Leave 2 linebackers in the middle of the field in zone, and then everybody else cover the edges. Now all of a sudden you'll have it. And honestly, this is what the Bucs did all night. It's not like they crowded the middle of the field and forced him to throw to the edge. This is just what he does. This is just who Jalen Hurts is. I'm curious to see what his previous passing charts would look like versus what tonight was, and see if this is just a full trend or if this is exaggerated. But the Bucs, it's not like the Bucs were crowding the middle of the field and saying throw it to the outside. No, they were just saying, hey, throw it short or throw it deep because we're going to play zone no matter what you do. Max Williams has been good this year too, but Kyler has definitely improved. Max Williams is on IR now though, or is out this week or on IR. No, Max Williams is on IR, and now the backup tight end is also questionable for this week. They've got so many injuries, man. It sucks. They're probably going to lose to Cleveland this weekend. I keep leaning that way, but it's mostly because of injuries. I think it would have been I think it's a good matchup either way, but I think injuries are what's going to potentially take them away. Unless Kyler Murray just goes insane again, like he is fully capable of doing and carrying this team to a win. But he's also been living on the edge of some positive turnover luck with some of the throws that he's making. So if all of the things don't go right this weekend, then I'm leaning that it's going to be a Cleveland win. They need to trade for one of those tight ends from Indy. Maybe. I hadn't thought about it. Indy thinks that they can win, by the way. I mean, think about how bad that division is. Indy can still make the playoffs. If they think they're anything close to the Tennessee, they're not trading away pieces. They're trading 4 pieces. And Frank Reich feels like Carson Wentz is the guy and he can make Carson Wentz good again. So I doubt Indy's going to be trading anybody away. Would also make sense because he escapes the pocket a lot. So he has to make a lot more. So that's a good point, a crossover. It's a really good point. But that's also the product of being a runner and not a passer. More of a runner than he is a passer. Kean Hopkins can carry. If Hopkins is healthy, Hopkins has missed practice with illness the last 2 days, non-COVID related apparently, but he's missed practice with illness. So Rodney Hudson's out. His center is going to be out. There's a lot going on with Arizona. We talked about it a little bit in the recap. I'll get that up on YouTube tonight. I'll load it. It won't have chapters on it tonight, but I'll load it tonight, just that way in case any of you guys want to browse through it. You can go through some of those games, and it's a lot quicker tonight because we stayed on pace, stayed on everything. So, but does that make sense? They have a chance at the playoffs in that division, sure, but is the aim to be a team with a legit chance at making the playoffs or a legit chance of doing something when you're there? It is a legit chance at making the playoffs because you are a coach who's fighting for his life right now, right? Like a guy that is playing that's fighting for his job because he said, hey, I need you to go out and get Phillip Rivers, and then I need you to go out and get Carson Wentz, and I need you to trade draft picks to do it. And the GM goes out and does that. And because he goes out and does that, he potentially is in a tough spot. So for me, it's interesting, man. Like I don't believe that Indy's there. I don't think everybody believes that Indy's there, but can you really feel like Tennessee's there either? Like that division is bad. And if you make the playoffs, that probably buys you another year. For the most part, 90% of the time, that buys you another year. I think Frank Reich's a fantastic coach, but if he can't make Carson Wentz work, then there's a problem. Like he's potentially out of a job if he can't make Wentz work. So yeah. All right, guys. It has been 5 hours and 2 minutes of a stream. So I am super, super happy with everybody tonight. Thank you guys so much. I can't thank you guys hanging out. What a game, man. Tonight was a blast. And I had a lot of fun. I actually like talking football with people that know what they're talking about. My wife doesn't really care to hear me talk about football, and she wonders why I get so mad at the Bucs. And you guys are like, yeah, I get it. Totally understand. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate tonight so much. We don't get to do this with the Bucks like this all the time. So tonight was kind of a special night for me. Hopefully we get to do it more in the future. Maybe I saw some people out there that are doing some live streams of the actual game. I might see if I can crowbar my way into that. We'll see how that goes. Hopefully, we'll see. But thank you guys so much for hanging out tonight. Gabe, I think the AFC South might be worse than the NFC East, only because Dallas is legit. Oh, by a mile. Yeah, Gabe, that's definitely the case. So for me, I think that Dallas being basically feeling like a Super Bowl contender right now because they're healthy. I feel like that's one of those things where it just makes that entire division miles above the AFC South. Miles, right? Like it's not even a question. Like Dallas is twice as good as any team in either of those divisions. So, the Titans are a big question mark, especially on defense. The thing is with Derrick Henry, that one's hard to decide because if they can run with Derrick Henry, they can beat anybody, and nobody can stop Derrick Henry, it seems. So the question is later in the season for Tennessee, does Derrick Henry start to kind of fall off, and does that production go down a little bit as the season wanes on, or does he get better as other teams start to kind of fall off a little bit? That's the question to me. I mean, I think any running back that has had that many carries that late in the season, you see their production start to fall off, and I think that's probably I think that's where it kind of gets a little iffy about the Titans. Now, again, I will say Tannehill is quietly playing very well. Small sample size every single game. They're not asking him to do a lot, but when he has thrown it, he's been good with the football. So we'll see. I didn't think it was possible for Henry to get more touches than last year. Yet here we are, exactly crossover. Like they know. And here's the other thing: is that offensive line is terrible at pass blocking. Terrible at pass blocking. Taylor Lewan doesn't seem to know he doesn't seem to be able to get a hand on anybody in front of him. So he's on pace to smash the record. Yeah, I hope he does. Honestly, I really do. To me, like watching Barry Sanders do it was amazing, but I feel like Derrick Henry's earning it on that particular team. And for him to do it in this era of football is totally different. Totally different. So props to him, more power to him. I think it's pretty fantastic. But yeah, we'll see. I'm not bought in on Tennessee yet, but I'm not out on Tennessee yet either. They just feel like a team. I mean, we'll get a good pulse check this week, right? Like when they're playing Buffalo, we know that Buffalo's good. Buffalo hadn't played many good teams until KC, but then they come in and they steamroll KC and put a pretty good hurting on them. And again, weather probably has a little bit to do with that, but I told you guys before the game, weather is going to be a big part of that game. So like the goal of that game more than normal is to get up early because it's going to be hard to generate offense when that weather comes in. And here's the thing, Buffalo still had no problem generating offense after coming back from the weather delay. Like Josh Allen was still pretty good. Wasn't as good, but still pretty good in pretty terrible weather. So they were smart. They got up early and they handled it well. And they put what I think is still a good KC team, even though that defense is bad. Still put them under the bus and ran over them a couple times before they got out of there. So Gabe Henry seems immune to getting worse with more touches, mostly because of his size. We've thought about that a lot, right? Like there have been a lot of backs that we've said, "Oh, he's a big back; he can take a beating." And none of them just seem to hold up for that long. I mean, it's just there's so much attrition at that position that you can't count on any good running back still being there after having 200 carries. So, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Crossover. What's wild too is the Titans were giving the ball to Deion Lewis a couple of years ago over Henry. Look, here's the thing. We can talk about running backs don't matter all we want. Like running backs, running the football matters, but not in the way that people think. The value of having a good running back like Derrick Henry is very, very valuable. The problem is that outside of maybe like 3 or 4 running backs, so like a Derrick Henry, a CMC, an Alvin Kamara, like out of 3 or 4 running backs, the from tier 2, so tier 1's like way up here, right? Tier 2 is a pretty distant second. There's a pretty big gap there. And then from tier 2 all the way down to like tier 8, it's not that big of a gap. Like in between there, it's very tight. It's very squeezed together. And so for me, it's that's where you talk about running backs don't matter individually, is because you shouldn't be. They matter. Don't get me wrong. You still want to have guys in that tier 2. The problem is you just don't want to spend that much for them. And you don't want to waste the resources for them, because you need those resources are better spent elsewhere, whether it's quarterback running, or like quarterback, offensive line, wide receivers, defensive line, whatever it is, somewhere other than running back. You can definitely kind of go short on your resources, as long as you still think you can get a decent running back. Still think OJ's the real single season king based on yards per game. He averaged more in 1973 than Dickerson averaged in his 2105 or whatever 16 game season. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like it's Barry Sanders like had a ridiculous amount of yards in his first few games, and then it kind of like starts to fade from there, and things kind of like all of the running backs again continue to fade a little bit by the end of the season. So whether it's offensive line injuries or them getting tired and getting some wear and tear on their legs, like you just never know, right? So, but yeah, I mean, it's possible. I've never gone back and looked at it that closely, Comerica, just to be honest with you. I'm not really sure, but yeah, that's a good point. But nobody really wants to give OJ more accolades than necessary due to reasons. Yes. Look, he can be a good player. He can be a terrible person and be a good player. Look at Warren Sapp. Terrible person, good player. There's a lot of terrible people that are NFL players, and they're good NFL players. But, personal choices and athletic ability are not, there's not any correlation there. None whatsoever. So, yeah, so we'll see. All right, guys, I am, let me see. I'm going to bounce out of here is what I'm going to do. Let me look and see if there's anything else that we want to cover on this particular game. We talked about Ramsey. Man, that chart that we're looking at, man, is just insane to me. I don't think I've ever seen anybody not throw into the middle of the field at all like that. And we talked about it all game about how he hadn't done it. It's just seeing it like that puts it into a little bit different perspective. So, yeah, interesting. And he didn't have as many throws to the line of scrimmage and behind the line of scrimmage that I thought. Like there's not like a complete overload of passes to any one particular area. Like he took his shots downfield. He definitely threw to his left a lot more than he threw to his right. So that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. All right, guys, it's been an absolute blast. It's been fun watching football with you guys all night. Thank you all so much. It's been a blast. Did you guys? Let me see. Do we do a poll? Do we do a poll? Oh, let's pick a. Hang on, I gotta go in here. We gotta find this. We gotta see what the Control Plus poll is and see what you guys predicted. So Bucks win but don't cover the -6.5. All right, let me put my vote in here. Let me mark this. Set correct option. Bucks win but don't cover. All right, let me see what this looks like on stream now. Oh, well, it's not popping up, of course. Weird. Okay, cool. All right, guys. Thank you guys again so much. It is time to get out of here. It's midnight on the East Coast. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I am looking forward to the next one. So, stream schedule for the rest of the week. So we are back on at 11 Eastern. Be eating later, dude. Thank you for the stream. Appreciate you too, man. Appreciate you hanging out. So we're back on 11 Eastern Sunday morning, all the way until kickoff. Wait, no, not 11 Eastern, 10 Eastern, all the way until kickoff. We'll be here for 3 hours for our pregame show. We'll go through every single game that's on Sunday. We'll probably have to extend it out a little bit talking about these games because typically we squeeze 16 games in. Now we don't only have to squeeze in 14 this week. Which is nice. So that's gonna be fantastic. There is another London game. I'm probably not gonna jump on early enough for that one. Might want to sleep in a little bit on Sunday. So yeah, I appreciate it. You know what? And I just remembered I got a buddy that asked me to go golfing Sunday morning, and I got to tell him no. Unfortunately, it's football season. We don't golf on Sunday. I'd love to be able to squeeze in another. Squeeze in like a 9 holes or something like that, but he wants to go golf like an hour and a half away, and that's just not gonna happen. Crossover, thanks, man. Appreciate you hanging out. Thanks so much for being here. Good night, man. Have a good one, and I will talk to you guys tomorrow. I'm trying to look for. I'm an idiot. I'm not paying attention. I can't talk and do stuff all at the same time. Gabe, thanks so much for coming in. Thanks for the chat. Appreciate it. Be eating. Good night, man. Have a great night. For anybody else that wants to stick around, wants to talk some football, I'm gonna take you guys over to Tooth Pete. Tooth's fantastic. So I don't know if you guys know. Thanks, Kramerica. Appreciate you joining in. Great to have you. I don't know if you guys know Tooth. Tooth is he's been streaming. He's been streaming for a while. Did he jump off this mother? Oh, Tooth jumped off. Okay, never mind. Yep. Looks like Tooth jumped off. Yes, he did. All right. Well, never mind. Guess we're getting off. Let me see if there's anybody else online that I can drop you guys over to. Appreciate all of you guys hanging out. Thank you guys so much. I'm hopping off of here, and I'll catch you guys later.